if we do a full day, do you have an option for 30 minutes and 30 minutes on the end, or just leave it as after lunch and 4 o'clock?
It depends on them. I personally prefer no lunch till you early.
No
So
lunch.
we take a lesser lunch, we get later.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm saying we can do this and maybe 3:30. I also want to mention that use the time to just collaborate and plan. So after we've gone through the product and I provide you with the resources to use, then you can kind of think of my line this way, what my district or just on your own. Right? Too. So we'll do 30 minutes.
You cover physics.
But I'd like to have a consensus on what we like now. That would help. All right, so if you would like to have a 30-minute lunch, raise your hand. Let's vote on a 30-minute lunch. 30. Okay. No one. If you want an hour lunch.
Well, I didn't bring lunch, so it would be
At least.
30 minutes.
Let's take an hour lunch. Yes. And, you know, we'll work it out. All right, so I just want to make sure I gave you that option. Some of you may know, Learn.com has been around since like 1999. It was first adopted by the state as a full technology applications curriculum. 2002, and with its flash program, Easy Tech.
Oh.
So, a previous experience with Easy Tech, one main product, and since it has evolved, other resources, and our district is licensed to use, but Learning.com has integrated math, science, studies, and now with its new product, which is Inquiry, it's project-based learning. It's a project-based learning application that now is a resource. So we'll look at that. Very informal. If you need to leave, please do that. We'll come right back. And those of you with previous experience, I don't mind helping and then I'm always learning and supporting each other. Open to things that you've done that helped you. So everyone should be able to do that. Just want to make sure we have it. Okay, so the part is really where you're going to log in as a student. So everyone should have signed in for the workshops. That was the first lesson. Now I would like for you to start the 3 other lessons that I've assigned to you. It is a pre-test, the life and time, and it's a project, and then there's a reflection. So I want you to go through this thinking of from students' perspective. And once you've gone through those lessons, there is one that's the apps class. So you can do that. If you have any questions, I'm gonna walk around, and I'll give you about a good 15 minutes to go. And if you have earbuds or a headset, this would be a time. Well, you can get them. We have headsets to use. Do we have headsets available?
Oh, I can find some.
I'm sure you may not want to borrow earbuds. You have your own. Glasses. And you'll need earphones for that. Okay, so, and then we'll, it's Sophia. Okay. And what is his name? Anyone needs to do it for me? Okay, so I'll introduce myself, and is there a way that he can communicate?
No.
Okay, okay. And El Paso. Good morning to you in El Paso. I was just informed that you'll be joining us. I will keep that in mind as I'm presenting, and hopefully you can hear everything clearly. Thank you for joining us. Here's a username and password that you can use to sign in as a student. And right now we are exploring from the students platform. You would use the username, password, and the district Texas Tech apps. And we are completing the HSI Easy Tech and HSI Inquiry lessons with Elisha Simone Scott. Headphones anymore? Back to your classes. There's the HSI.
Wait, I'll find out what's going on here.
Oh, no. This one, student name. So I already opened the lesson and so from this screen,
Still in report. Escape. This student keep coming back. This is escape like this is escape. Yeah, it's.
Oh, now I can. Now I am.
Somebody probably.
okay.
Wonderful.
All right, so you have about 1 minute to wrap up your lessons. And the purpose for doing this is really that you see from the student perspective and give you experience with the inquiry and the easy tag, as well as to give us some data to use as we're going through our lesson as teachers. Now we have some grades here. So, I'd like for you to share from the student's perspective. What was your experience? Just getting in, finding your assignments. How would you rate that? Pretty easy. Anyone else? Difficulty?
I mean, this is my first time using the program. I mean, it's pretty easy to follow and go through.
What about finding which to start with or the lessons? Did you have any difficulty with that?
For what readers? Everyone else is.
Well, that would be my question to you. What grade do you think the inquiry led for? Fifth or sixth, fourth? It's a third grade unit. It's a third grade unit. And what I like about the units is that the students don't have to know what grade level. You can assign it based on their level of ability. So, yes, so you may have some students who just transferred in, who may not have had any computers. I don't know if that's the case, but that's something you might want to assign to them versus another student, who's been interning over it for however many summers or whatever. They may be a little beyond what's just available through the units. There's some visual.
So you'll show us how to set up the assignments and everything for the training.
Yeah, absolutely. So the level of difficulty with completing the lesson. You can tell me your experience on completing the lesson. Did you feel like you needed some help, or you were looking over to your partner, you didn't really know what to do? Was it pretty simple?
That's just good. Maybe
It was normal.
Mm-hmm.
I thought a couple times that my students may have a little bit of confusion in certain things.
I think that when it came to writing the story, that it would probably have taken a bit of lecturing and explaining the task. Everything else was pretty self-explanatory.
Mm-hmm. And one of the recommendations when you're starting with the inquiry, that's like that ultimate or culminating after doing the series of the different skills. That's something you definitely would introduce, as you mentioned, to kind of get them familiar with the format of the inquiry, pre-test, lessons, and the reflection. So definitely more explanation would be needed for that. When it came to the drill, do you think that you may have some students with difficulty with starting their game lessons with the easy tech?
I've used it before with elementary students. Most of them get it pretty easy. Most of them skip directions though too.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them get confused. What do I do?
Just like they do at home, or we do when we log in something. Who wants to read all the directions? We want to go right to it. Okay. So I just wanted you to kind of go in from the student's perspective and to gather some data which we'll use from. I wanted to also find out if you could find out a little bit about who you are. If you could tell me your name, your assignment or role, and then I learned here that we have some participants who've already used Learning.com, but I would like to hear from you all who have in the grade levels.
I'm Joseph. I'm teaching here through fourth grade computers.
Learning.com experience, easy tech.
I don't have any experience with them, but from what I've experienced right now, it seems pretty easy to go with.
Good, great.
I am K through 7, and I don't have any experience either with the program, but it seems pretty intuitive and could be a lifesaver for making some effective lessons.
Mm-hmm. And I like to be able to show you how you can have your first 6 weeks already done and ready for your students on day one. And that's when we'll have that time where I'm not talking and I'm not, okay, do this, but I'm allowing you to do what you do best. and kind of going through and planning your lessons. So, thank you.
Me also, I never experienced camp. Um, that sounds pretty normal, normal for me.
Excellent, that's great. So I feel like I want you all to kind of get in between this so that you can kind of help as well. But would you like to come on that side? Are you comfortable on that side? Okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure, I'll just try to get in the middle. Okay, so now I'd like you to log off, and I'm going to demonstrate a few things. Yes.
Isn't it, to open an account is a free, like, so to prepare a username for students, it's the easy to do. It's great for
It's
all
easy
time.
to Kava.
The same as all usernames for school.
Okay, so that's really easy. You don't have to do it. So,
If you wanted to change it, or if your student comes in halfway through the year, it's easy. In the beginning, Kava will send you. Kava's the guide.
Oh, it's gonna send username.
there is, and I'll show you
Yeah.
that.
You should have.
Or it's gonna send.
I'm gonna log in really quickly using
That's the question.
What?
He's done it for elementary. I don't know about that.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
That's where I got kind of stuck. Username and passwords to give to my kids.
Yeah, he would send that to
He
you.
would send that to me.
You may request.
He will send that. He may send that to you. I'll show you how you can pull up that information as a roster or just like little cards. You can print these out for your students and put them on index cards or whatever and have it as.
Yeah, because last year was my first year and I got hired in 1 week, so it's not, training. Or go teach.
Yeah.
So I got far enough to set up my account to go in, to go around, but I never had time to get past the step of like set my students up.
I'll show you all of that.
Perfect.
So as we kind of go through. So when you logged in, and now I'm William Bob or Bob Williams, some of the things that you'll see, there's a list. I have several classes here. A student may have an unlimited number of classes and lessons within a class. So at your campus, while you are the tech apps instructor, a homeroom teacher may log in and assign students to a student. We actually encourage you to share this information with your homeroom teachers because they too can use the inquiry lessons, because the inquiry lessons are more so content area based, and they're integrating the tech apps within them. So it's giving students the true application of the skills, learning the computer skills. And so you saw that in that lesson, Life and Times, where it was an autobiography, but it was still testing them on the wiki class, posting, cutting and pasting, or copying and pasting. So all those different skills. So it would be great to work with your content area teachers to see, okay, Ms. Jones, we've been working on this thus far, and here's a great lesson that you can have students complete, so you're working together. So just a thought. So each student would be able to see their name at the top. They have a link to home, and then their list of classes here. There's also a notification under the class, and I always recommend that you use it doesn't have to be your image, but some type of image, especially for your younger students who may be early readers. And I also talk about, how you label your classes, because students will be able to see that. So the first lesson you all went into was this inquiry lesson here. One other thing I want to point out is there's an app here, and I'll show you how to enable this app. This app is the Typing Pal. Are you familiar with that? Typing Pal is just it's a resource where they can go on and practice their keyboard skills. So it's that resource, what do you do next? Or do now when they walk. Students will have access to this 24-hour day, 7 days a week, even at home. They can continue to practice their keyboard skills. And as teachers, you have a login from your platform to be able to see how well that student is performing on the individual lessons within Typing Pal, and I'll show you that as well. So everyone did the workshop sign-in. This is just a web link that I created. How many of you, I know for me it was always, I taught primarily first and second grade. It was the hardest thing ever to get everyone to one website. You had to walk around and log in for everyone. And God forbid there was a backslash or any other character that they weren't familiar with. And it wasted a lot of time. So within Learning.com, you can actually create shortcuts or assignments that take students directly to the page within a website that you want them to go into. And you can also set it up where there's a single sign-on, so they only have to sign on one time, and every time they go in there, it automatically logs in. So you don't always have to, they don't have to remember multiple passwords and usernames for different programs that you use. So I don't know if you use Discovery Education or some of the other things, they won't have to always log in. It'll go in one time, they click on it, and they're able to go into their lesson or whatever you have assigned to them. So I'll also show you, unless you've already done that, how to become published on Learning.com. So the first thing we would have been into was the pretest. Now you could have done the project reflection. I set up this class where it is open. You can freely move about the lesson. But as instructors, you also have the choice to force it, meaning students have to follow the sequence that you have assigned, which means they can't skip on, so they show mastery on what they need to. And this pretests are really, really good because if they miss any of the questions, it will automatically prescribe the lesson for them to review. So, you know, as educators, we are charged with reteaching and, you know, coming up with additional resources when a student is not successful. Well, when it comes to the unit, it's automatically graded, and the assignments are automatically assigned for that student based on their performance on the test. And they are, and you cannot go on to the actual project until they show mastery in those areas. And the other good thing about that is, it'll come back to me. But once they finish through the review parts, they can go into the project. And then going into, I want to see, okay. I was looking for my speaker here. And I don't see it here. But they just added where students can have every question ready for your early readers or your second language learners. They can hear the questions and answers read to them. So once the students, oh, actually, there it is. There's usually one up towards this area. So here, so look at the voice of or the person. And once they finish the grade, and as teachers, you can take it and see it before you assign it. And the project that I have, there's always going to be this green check which has the directions, and then there's going to be the star which basically has the goals for the lesson. And as you mentioned before, this is definitely something that you would probably introduce with the students. Yes. That will help you look at our yes, thank you. See, this is why, yes, please help me out. Okay, so, then over that one, with participating in, thank you, wonderful, and just locked in. Thank you. So, now I have to make sure I can walk, keep it on balance. Okay, so here, this is where you would probably introduce it to your students beforehand with one of the units, talking about the goals. Definitely you would talk about goals every time you teach or introduce the lesson. But as far as the format, the autobiography, goals, and then also for the technology skills. And again, students have the option to listen.
I showed leadership and willingness to try new digital tools and to create pictures.
And here,
Successfully copied to another processing document.
couldn't see that.
What can we learn from a person's life story?
And then also you have here where the student can chat with you as the instructor. Mrs. Jones, I don't understand. Or I don't understand. Students can also share comments between their classmates or the group, and you can disable that as well if it becomes a problem. Learning.com does have a profanity filter, so but you know students are so clever, and so you have the privilege of disabling that. Okay, so I'll try to close that. My skills looking my prison. Sorry, can I do a presentation? So, so every campus that I go to is something different that I believe is
Comments about who went behind the place for them kind of
Thank you. It'll take me a few minutes to just. Then also the writing goals are listed. And then of course what the expectations are for the wiki post. So in each unit they will also always see that. What I like too is that there's a glossary. So even for the vocabulary that's included in the lesson, it's going to have it here as a resource for students with the explanation of the terminology as well. So every project. And so when students complete a task, then you'll see that this shaded area will then be highlighted, and that's how they know to complete their lesson. And you all should have gone through. And they also have the option to print. Okay, so then you also have the reflection, and if you're familiar with project-based learning, reflection is very component to project-based learning lessons. So in the reflection, okay, so with the reflection, you'll see the same goals and objectives here. This is where the student rates themselves. And they would have to highlight the area that they feel that they, that best reflects their work. And then they also have an option to explain or support their decision. So one, I may say as a student, oh, I did not write about it, and then I would tell my teacher why. And then I would turn in my reflection here. And as we experience here, where John Apple had turned in his, and those didn't complete, he didn't write his, part of his writing was not correct. So I, as a teacher, used that lesson back to him so that he can go back and make change. So that is what I will show you here within this one, and I'll go into the easy tag. That really was just a game, and you mentioned that you didn't get to sign any assignments or anything, but you did go through.
Yeah, I got my account set up, I went through it, it's just, we started playing everything.
Oh yeah, that happened. Look, it's very common.
Yeah, so
Gotta get it.
I want to get past the spot of from your website actually.
Right, okay. And then also, when you've had experience in signing games and everything, okay. So let's go in from the teachers platform. Everyone, if you're already logged out, I'd like for you to log back in under your learning.com username and password. Who is this? Your own. Your own. Okay. You don't have one? Okay. Well, I can create one for you. What's the name? Let me see. And your district login? What's your district login?
HPS.
HPS.
Government Public.
Let's see if you have access to your district to do that. Otherwise, it would be your district coordinator that would have to be a password. Yes, is that
I'll look on with someone for now.
Okay, yeah, great idea. Look on with someone in the meantime. But I did send an SOS call out for help. That one. Okay, so I'm gonna just log in with my information. Okay. So some of you may be given coordinator privileges, and when you log in, this is what it will look like on your account. And I'll go right into view my classes. And so your landing page, it's probably look a little bit differently. It is than mine. It's an ad that you can disable. But whenever you log in, there is like what's happening at your school. Okay, so it tells me instantly that I have an assignment ready for grading, bless you, and also an assignment that I need to grade. And then also news and events, anything that's happening within the platform, or there's also the platform with learning.com, and then there are new or new features. So I can go directly to my grade book, or I can say, oh, I'll grade home. Yes.
The login, he and I are at the same school, and we have different, I have a different district listed. Right? Because that's what comes up here. When you say apartment, it's got this. This is what I was given. These last checks. Why would I be given a different one?
I have no idea.
Gets me in. It's a Texas. Yeah.
You may want to send an email
And that one, the district.
Yes, 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 back to that one, or either to support at one time. Yes.
Why it doesn't match.
You see, okay, so when you log in, your name should be in the top right-hand corner here, and you should see the name of the campus right beneath your name.
Yeah, and it gives my email to harmonytx.org, so.
If it's in there, you should be good.
Have the same districts to log in.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's strange.
So for now, we'll start, I'll make a note of that, different, districts. E-Texas. It was, this is what I did, login, and this is what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, but that'd be easier to do. Yeah, because mine is, yeah. So first thing I have to do is to double click on your name. And that will get us into your profile, and we want to edit the profile. This is where you can change anything, you know, I don't want my name, so we take off my middle name, I think. Maybe I'm not. But add a photo at this time, and pardon me. What else? It's like I'm walking, learning how to walk or ride a bike with this. This is weird for me. Okay, so you can update your profile, and what's important too to note is that, and if you have a password behind you may want to change that. So privacy settings are very important. You may not want someone in Arizona to know that you're teaching at this school near Austin. You have an option to display the schools you teach at or not to, as well as your favorites. Favorites are lessons that you really like, and you create a shortcut to them. So you can have all this information shared or not. Then you have your single sign-on account credentials. This is where you, the other programs that you use, you can set this up. And then also, how will other users find you? Other users such as colleagues here within your charter system, or maybe you've been following someone who's created some really cool lessons, and you guys want to keep in touch, so you can do that through that, unless you have them specifically set up for your classroom, but you do have that option. You can change it to whatever you want. You can make it something easier.
First name missed it.
And you can stack. So everyone, please, if you, there you go. You know why? When you create your class, assign your classes, it will show math with whatever name you have there. Like mine was Alicia Simone Scott. I always keep it a secret what my first name is, and so kids are always trying to guess what it is. So, and I tell them at the very end. So, okay. Everyone has edited their profile. So, I forget I'm in a class of tech app teachers. Ooh. Hey, look. This is like the tag class. Okay. Oh, that's cute. You have yours up already.
Yeah, it's missing, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so you'll see that you have a schoolhouse, that's home. Right next to that, you have classes. If you click there, you'll probably be empty unless you've already had a chance to create some classes. And I'm clicking here. Okay, so you'll see that my class is on the left-hand side. I have a few already here. Then library is one of the most important options you have. If you click there, you can see your licensed curriculum. I'll get out of your background. Okay, so you have Easy Tech, Inquiry, Wayfind, and then at the bottom, My Curriculum, you have items, units, and favorites.
What if you don't have, I'm only licensed curriculum on curriculum stand right side.
That's where district comes into play.
Okay, so I need to do.
We need to get you, please send an email to
Principal or the support for.
You can send it to support. Your principal can help, but support might help faster.
Which one should
It should be, if you have that email, you can send it to support@learn.com and tell them that your district is Texas, but should be HPS, so that you can access your license curriculum.
HPS to access
Yes.
that.
So and then they may not know it, but Harmony Public Schools. Okay, so you'll see that mine, I have a lot of things here. I do a lot of training on with a lot of different districts, so we're going to focus on what you all have. So, you know, I will do this. Now I practice with that at lunch too. But if I go to my library, licensed curriculum, within Easy Tech, that's going to be all of your technology application curriculum. So this is your, like, beef bread, I guess, or what you should really be focusing on here. So there is going to, it's every lesson you can have, you can search by sequence, by standard, and then you can also, which standards would fall under the subject, the type of lesson, your standards here, or I guess do you all follow Common Core or TEAS or? TEAS, yeah, Texas. So you definitely want to look at that. And then there are the technology ones for the TEAS.
Where did you find teams?
Find by standard. So if there's a particular strand that you're looking for and you don't have time to look through everything else, you can go right to this area. Go to tech, and then go through. Okay, you can list them there. Like you can say, I'm looking for grade 5, and I need 5.1, 5.1, and then it will filter down to show you what applies to that particular strand of the TEAS objective. So going back, and I suggest you use the crumbs we follow here versus the backbone. It tends to log you out. But if I look at sequence, I can look at just the content. So if I have some students who maybe just transferred in, and they have no idea about how to use the mouse, or I have students who are ready to go into databases. I can go right into that to view the lessons. Which they're all by sequence. So finding information, and even how to create them, all of that is here. And then the details page, you'll see that it tells you the type. Type means what type of lesson. D stands for discussion. And I'll show you where to find a cheat sheet for all of these type icons. Then the title is here. And then some of the lessons have ratings. And then if you like it and you don't have to search for it again, you just highlight the area, the red part, and it tells you the grade, the time it'll take, and who publishes it. And then you can also view it to see what does it look like. Now, anytime you see a D, it is a discussion. That is for you, the teacher, really. And it's your entire lesson. So you have a warm-up, an activity, a wrap-up extension, and then discussion points. All of that is available to you, and you would print that out for your own reference. I would not assign this to any of my classes because if you do, when your students log in and they click on it, they're going to see the same handout that you have. So this L is a lesson, and then there's this little icon here that tells you for a tablet. Do you all have tablets for students to use?
Some of them.
Some of them.
In class, I think they're all going to be on the desktops, but I'm sure that teachers,
Yes.
they use the tablets probably.
And then at home, they may have tablets. So this is a lesson that you can assign, and students will still be able to use it that they had a tablet. So if I want to do this, it will show me exactly what students before assigning it.
So, sorry, next, it's a little icon next to the L.
The tablet.
That's a tablet?
Mm-hmm. Database. Okay, we go back. So I also want to show you when you're researching a lesson to see if it's appropriate for your class. It's in the details page that gives you more information, and I'll show you how to do that. So let's say we were considering this lesson here. When you click on the name or the title of the lesson, you have a detail page that tells you more about the length of time it will take, the primary and secondary objectives. You can also include any notes that will only be visible to you. If you find that a lesson is not consistent with the objectives, you can also report a problem, or if it's not working properly. This comes in handy as well because not only you have access to learning.com lessons, but you'll have lessons that have been published by other users such as yourself.
How did you pull up that PDF that had the discussion and all that?
I clicked on view. So this is actually a lesson. So it looks different, but I'm going to go back to that one. But first I want to show you that there are teacher notes, extension ideas, and it gives you the categories as well as the standards. And I put it on the phone or put it in a notebook, and then again you have the option to view it. So I'm going to go back to the lesson that had a discussion. So it was nation, and when I clicked on view, it popped up. Did yours pop up for you?
So if you took that on an actual lesson with an L icon, it'll be what the students see.
Yes.
There's
a discussion
of what all these other things are.
Yes. So this is when you think about the implementation models. So it's going to pop up what the student would gain for it.
So this one, because yeah, it gave me a sample of what I'm on the yeah, so I probably like that. Okay, so I signed this. How did this show up?
When they log in like you do it first, it will pop up as a lesson for them to do. Now, actually, you have to assign it to a class.
Yeah, like, okay, so as far as I got is like set up my program. In there, put two assignments, so the kid that it got did it and say, for example, after getting married, she goes and she would see what for these.
And she can start just like you do.
Okay, but
So Angela is ahead of the game. She's like, okay, I need to go eat. So she has her class and she's assignments to all of you. And I'm not going to have you show or tell how you did it. But, so let me go through here a little bit quicker.
and one thing I could have said earlier, but we're still up in the air on how the username and password for the things.
Yes.
Right.
Now, username and passwords, I'll show you how you can look up and see.
You say I already have one.
At this point, a lot of them have not been matriculated. If they were in the system last year, they haven't been moved.
But they already used, I have to wait for it to be reassigned or something.
Yes. Yes. And I'll show you how you can access that. Now, Angela also pulled up some important points that I want to mention is when you need help. You can call until 7 o'clock at night. You can do a live chat. You can email. And then you can also go to our help section, which write your name and your school. There's this orange question mark that you would click on. And you will, has school started for you guys yet?
No.
Not yet? Okay, so you're in your P time. So you may not remember anything from this training, so you could just go here, and just for the Learning.com platform itself, there are many video segments that you can watch on how to create a class, how to assign an assignment, all that is here. And as I mentioned before, you may ask for what's your key? Learning.com curriculum icons key. And it will tell you what all of those icons represent. So you have everything from instructional module, lesson, discussion quizzes, journals, games, web links, projects, pre-tests, reflections, so forth and so on. Okay? And that is available in your help. Okay. Going back, I can also search by grade level. If I'm teaching 7th grade, and I click there, and you're here for, can you tell me your first name? Volta? Yes. Volta is, she's here for secondary or high school. And because the grade levels are not mentioned in the lesson, you can still assign a 7th or 8th grade lesson, possibly. And also I'll show you the marketplace where you can search for things that are specifically for 9th through 12th grade. So I'll show you that. Now, for the career, yeah. Okay, yes, and there are some lessons specifically for that, like we're going to type that in. So you don't feel like, oh no, but okay. So who are the 7th grade teachers? Okay, so what I have pulled up is the pacing for the 7th grade, the entire 7 months.
Now, let me ask a question. So, but this isn't too low. The 7th graders have very technological savvy. Is this too young for them? We recommend that this can be used for like 6.
That is going to be a decision you have to make based on your students.
Because I can see 6 graders are coming in, but 7, I'm a little worried that this may be.
Now, again, that's going to be to make, and from here you can actually say, this is what they are recommending. Now, you can assign the entire unit if you like, or you can go through and pick and choose what you want to use. Now, it is based on a sequence that they suggest you follow it You do it however you want. Now, this prescriptive, which is for 6th grade through 12th grade, this is something that you have to at any time. You don't want it in your sequence. But you will go through and see, okay, is this something that my students can
What
use?
would be good? I like the online ethics system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff that applies no matter how old they are.
Yes, it's very, very
Of
important.
online ethics.
Mhm.
That-
There is, this is, you may decide, oh, I want to go to 8th grade. Or you may decide that 8th grade is not even really at the level of your 7th grade. And you also will be dependent on the market. And I'll go into that shortly. For the others who are elementary, if you look at 8th grade, this also has the recommended pacing guide for, or sequence for 2nd grade. So here, everything is listed and you could technically assign this. It's for your 2nd graders. Or you can just choose 1 or 2 lessons, however you want to use it. So you also have your online safety, which is a requirement with teaching technology. So you have it broken down in clusters. So you have a 6th through 8th grade online safety. You have a professional development for the teacher if you need a refresher. And then you also have it as K through 2, K through 5, and you have one for parents as well. So you have parents who are using the computers or helping their child. You can assign one of those lessons also. You also have the choice of English versus Spanish, and then you can also search by grade levels too.
So you can do English versus Spanish for parents, which is excellent. You
Yes.
can also do that with the students.
Yes,
Interesting. I'm not sure that we're ever going to do that.
but you could have students with Spanish-speaking parents.
Well, I have a ton, but I think the policy is often to, you know, speak English in the classroom.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, so definitely to parents, so they can put their child with the English, but there's a parent letter. So like in the beginning of school, you're sending home a packet and you want them to know, hey, this is what I have in school. You can send that letter home, English on one, Spanish on the other, with their login information. Available in the help. You go to help and getting started. I scroll down. I just need to look on my screen. Here it is, parent letter in English, parent letter in Spanish. So, let me go. The LD Tech keyboarding, finding keys, K1, big replacement, 2 through 5, 6 through 12 placement. Then you have your prescriptive keyboarding. The prescriptive keyboarding is just what it says. When a student's lesson, it will then prescribe which lesson should take to address their weakness. That's under the prescriptive keyboard.
do you recommend having completed the other three, whichever one is appropriate to their grade level first?
Absolutely. So if you're K through 7?
K through 7.
Oh wow, yeah. So you would based on what grade level here, so they can get practice, then go into the prescriptive. But you have the freedom to do whatever you want. Go back to the library. You should have the Easy Tech, you have the Inquiry, and you have Wayfind, correct? Wayfind is an assessment teachers. So this may be to assign to you to take. as a test. And it will be an assessment of your application skills. And from there, it's PD for you to take online to help you.
You just do this without having been assigned.
I think you can assign yourself. You create yourself. Let's see. I don't have access to yours. So you may be able to, if you find yourself, you can assign yourself to a class.
Yeah, well, it's got like start here, professional development.
So you can,
I can take all this stuff. Right.
in the library, you will also have, again, items. And this will hold things you have created when you become published online. So these are the 3 things that I've created. I've created a demo account, which is a journal, and 2 web links. So that's my curriculum. And I could create a unit and favorites. This is my shortcut to add my favorites. So beyond the library, you have your students, which is very, now your district should be all of your students. But let's say I was looking for all the 7th graders. I click here, and they would all populate. So I want to list in an ABC order of all the children who are in 7th grade. Now I can also search for teachers, or I can pull up. What happens when you click on, does your students come up?
So,
Mine
Just have
don't,
it,
because
so-
of the, what it is that e-commerce free account, whoever set it up, did it incorrectly, that's why members.
there it is. Unless they have.
So I'm sending the email to
There
them.
it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you look and see if you can pull up, so you, if you click select all to the right, not yet.
We'll have a lot of students drop and stuff too, so.
Oh, heck,
They're
yes.
there.
There they are. Just
So
7th grade
they're
wasn't there.
all,
Looks like they've gotten K through 5.
did you have 7th grade last year?
Yes, 17.
We have.
And that's probably the students that are from last year's list,
Mhm.
so 4th grade and then they just probably haven't updated it.
They have it, and it'll probably take a couple of weeks after school has started to do that after 11. But you have some kids for training purposes. So this is how you would access students. Now I can search by also. So I can look for John. I don't remember his last name, but I can put in his name, first name here. All the Johns will pop up. And I can also look at students who are in my class. Okay, on the assessment link, it will show you what access you have to assessment. You have one, if you click on assessments, a little clipboard.
Is that under student?
You have it at the top. So, and you don't have access, but you have access to assessment. And so you have literacy assessment, you have a post-test and a pre-test. And this is what you would give to your students to see where they are. And I believe it's 5th grade. And wayfind as well.
Account correctly, I will have access to all this as well.
Yes.
I'm having so much trouble now.
Mhm. And then you have a post-test and pre-test. At the beginning of the year, you can take again to show you as a tech app instructor based on the ISTE, NETS, and
So I assume that we have some access to that we might all have access to assessments.
Mhm.
And then should we go from our system to get that access or exactlearning.com?
your district coordinator.
I just sent him the email now.
after going through the live chat, he's going to have the fix.
Because I see.
They said mine was e-commerce, and that's why I couldn't see all that. I had so much trouble. And it's got to be under the Army.
And you have rights to schedule an actual tax facility.
And I don't have all the rights in Mr. Gray, but I am on practice.
So did they set you up?
They set me up. Not this.
I was in the because I was another. So we have to have all those things.
This tech literacy assessment, you can set the parameters where students can only take the test certain days and certain times. And make it where you can disable anything else within the platform so they cannot cheat. So when they gotta go home and have brother or mother take the test for them. I'm 5 days. Okay. So the next place, which you'll probably find useful, is the marketplace. It's the link with, or the icon with a little storefront here. And I like it because it represents shopping. And you'll find some things that are free and some things that have a fee to use. So, hello. So here in Flota, this is where you'll find interesting the marketplace. So if I click here, browse by provider, there are tons of outside of third-party publishers of curriculum that may be helpful to you. Anywhere from Smithsonian Education, Zulama, I've never heard of that, Learn 360, EDU,
Caroline, call the front office.
Here. So you can search by these providers. You can search by standards, National Common Core Antiques, and you can also search by subject. And find things that I know I don't want to try, so I just want to go straight to the free resources. And when you find the resources in the marketplace, we can add those to our library. Now, Volta mentioned one, what did you mention earlier that you would want your students to have access to? Webmaster. So I can just search and see if anything comes up.
Are all these automatically free?
Not all of them, but
It'll tell you which ones you have to buy.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely. So I typed in webmaster, if that's correct.
Yes.
And so any that's here that has that in the keyword, it will pop up. So what I see now is Antarctic meteorology online from the British Antarctic Survey. So Internet Scout Project. And I view it to see, well, how does that relate? I can look and see and say, okay, no, that doesn't have anything that I need. But the more specific you are in your search, the easier it is to find. Now, you see here where it says, what shows a sign, but it's grayed in, so I can't click on it, and that's because I have not identified a class to assign it to. Now, this green add to library means that I can click on this and have it come up in my library, and I have full access to it. Now, there are 246 things that pop up, and all looks like it's through PBS Learning Media. And Angela, what did you mention for your 7th graders that you wanted them to have access to? But you meant something like you said they were a little bit more advanced and you wanted them to
We
be
use Edmodo and a lot. That's what we primarily use for the upper grades because it's basically Facebook for kids.
right.
Like the parents really like the Edmodo a lot.
And I've heard that at different districts that I go to, and so they've been using Edmodo by creating web links to Edmodo, so you can assign it.
They have apps, and when you set up an account, they give you free app dollars. Like they had online Jeopardy, which show how the kids play, and comic book creator. They have some computer science coding, and it all comes free when you set up a teacher account.
So then also, I know a lot of teachers use Edmodo for quizzes and things like that. So some of the teachers have created lessons with themlearning.com that send their, so it may be complete this, go to Edmodo and complete this.
And why I use that, I don't want, if someone, I didn't know how to assignment, because I make it clear in my syllabus, they should use Edmodo for lack of a better word, or just take a class. Every assignment is there, like you would have to do the articles when you were to start every class, they're posted there, they post everything, posted on Edmodo, because
Yeah,
me and it covers them.
Right, and that's great. I just want to make sure I mention that you can combine the two. And by creating a web link that takes them to their Edmodo account, and you give them a single sign-on, so they never have to log in again to Edmodo, it would always take them there.
Oh yeah, I want to find a way to implement this, because for the lower grades, I did flashjump.com. We did some of those other websites, but I saw him before he was doing it, so definitely I was trying to incorporate this once I can do that with that account. But yeah, I really like it. My son used it in the school, and he was actually like, "Mom, you should use this."
A lot of people are using Edmodo.
Well, they've got to know how to access websites, how to access information, things like that. And it just makes it so much easier than having to write papers or have stuff mail to me. It's already, I just go in there, I post response, I go in there and read it.
That's not.
But yeah, I'll use this definitely.
So then you have, again, in the marketplace, you search for items. And I want to show you how if you find something and you want to access it. One of the providers is Khan Academy. Are you all familiar with Khan Academy? Yes. Okay. So Khan Academy, if I click here, and I know our students, or I'm at a campus where the focus for us, we want to improve our students' knowledge on chemistry or whatever. So I say, okay, I want to incorporate this into my assignments to students or make it available to support my teachers. So I can click here and I see that it's, and I click on chemistry. I can say, okay, which part of this objective do I want to focus on? Okay, I want to do phase change. So I click on view, and I can look at the details. But notice I can't assign anything because it tells you in the corner, this unit is not in your library. The products, I can add the chemistry to my library. Do that now. And because I have coordinator privileges, I can assign it to my school or to a user, and I'm just going to do it to my teacher account.
How did you find Khan Academy? I searched it and I have a bunch of results. I'm a little behind.
So did you go to Marketplace
No,
and then go to provider?
I went through the search bar. But I looked at press like if I really see it in the list.
Under the telephone?
I was in
Oh, but we click the website. So if you go back into the category, oh, right, on Marketplace. And then you pick the name of the folder. So
Yes, right.
and then now it tells me this unit is in my library. So when I go to my library, I will find Khan Academy Chemistry now in my library. And I can access all the lessons that are there. And you have I have a lot of things here. So I can edit and get rid of some of them, hide them. And just kind of minimize what's visible when I go to my library. So again, if I'm in the marketplace and I run past something, let's say I search for, what's another skill or objective you're constantly looking for resources to teach your students?
Digital footprint?
Digital footprint. So for digital footprint, 156 items come up, and you'll see this tons, just like when you Google something, and it may show 1 million plus, but you don't have a clue there. And you have to be careful. But with things within learn.com, you should know that it's been reviewed and it's safe. And you're just looking to see, does this apply to what I want it to? And when you see something in green, that has been published or created by a user such as yourself. And if it's blue or has an icon, it's from a licensed publisher, such as Learning.com or DLE Collection. So I can search through these to find out which one. I can search by type, title, rating, or grade. Now let's say that I want to fifth grade, 15 minutes, identify the term digital footprint. I look at the plan. She just has watch a video and answer questions, and I can see what will it look like for the students. So when a student logs in, it's going to say, watch this video and then answer the questions below. So I can't see the video here, but I see the questions and the student will respond right into the journal entry. And I would receive it as a grade. So I could use that. I'm just going to add it to favorites because I thought it was pretty cool. So I don't have to look for it again. And again, I have all these different options here for that digital footprint. Right now, I'd like you to look through the markets, take a few minutes to look at the place, and to find maybe 1 or 2 items to make as a favorite, and add something new to your library. Some of you don't have login access.
So I'm getting it here, probably the purchasing the process.
Let's see, just try to, is it free?
Two options.
That's free. Okay, quick. Maybe this is something new. I was working for GFC Learn Free. What happened? Both of me find them interesting. That was a career technology. It was GFCE.
GCF Learn Free.
GCF Learn. So this has the working career. So here you have career plans, cover letters, and interviewing job applications, workplace basics, things like that. Not really, not really.
Can you search for the sign?
Uh-huh.
Free user classes. Auto.
That's,
Okay. Oh, it's searching within career.
mm,
Yeah. the one Yeah.
Under computer science, so 7,324 items come up for computer science. Okay, identity. You might as well make this other. Go ahead. That's okay, if that helps.
And you were saying earlier, maybe I misunderstood. You were saying, the single login, a brain pop,
Right.
but when I assign it here, it's still making students log into that brain. Is there a way to fix that?
So when it's supposed to work, is when you put in username and password, the next time you may log in and it instantly. Then when the student, on their account, then it should, when they put in their line, it should pop up. But when you did it and you go into, you enter the username and password, it's asking for it.
So it's just gonna ask them for it, and then I'll get it.
Then they don't have to do it anymore. And so every time an individual student does do it that one time. So you as a teacher could put it in, and every time they log in, it automatically opens up. You would have to do it for each individual student.
So you would do that by logging into their account as them.
Well, actually, when you assign it to them and then they log in and put in theirs, right, it was gonna take them directly to, right?
Right, so like I've got it set right now, it's a video on the,
Right.
so if I went on, a month from now,
Then you'll have to assign that particular.
we will do anything else.
It may, when you say do the whole thing over, you may ask them to sign in again. It may be because you're creating it as a new one, but I don't have the answers. To anytime it goes to a site that requires a password, only require them to do it once. See what happens. Or I can send them a question.
yes, he just emailed me and texted. You can get an e-commerce account, which will give you access created through learning.com, but he told me the same thing.
So when you assign to students in they try to log in, ask them for their username and password. That's one. Anytime they go back into that lesson, it should take right to where you want them to go. But I'm not sure if you send them to another part, and this, it's going to ask them for the username They should. I'm gonna text them.
And if you do that, come over. You do that.
Oh, so they're showing, Angela did a temporary account. Yes.
You told me the same thing. I did, it's a Converse account. I would just go to my chat and tell them you need help creating a free Converse account. They're supposed to create me a permanent account, they should need Converse account. But it's better than nothing. So just, yeah.
Know the top tabs.
I'm gonna show you what margin you can have.
Works just fine.
And then let's kind of go through that, and that way you'll know.
Okay.
So, when you're getting your login password,
Like chat or that. That's much faster than
and if I want to manage my users, let me just okay, so these are the options you can have. Of course, you can be a school coordinator, which if you're a school coordinator, that means that you're going to support teachers and other users on your campuses. This will allow you to create a student, a teacher, to track the assessment usage and all these different things here. That's if you have school coordinators. Then there's an author option too. You have teacher, district coordinator, which I think Mr. Author, he has district coordinator rights. And then proctor schedule the test. So I think that's what Mr. Gregory had. Proctor and teacher. Make sure that. So the main thing you ask for if you want to be able to give the assessments would be for the teacher.
Okay. And what author and is that?
Author too, I believe, is where you can actually. I want to say that is. I don't want to make him look it up.
I guess the other one is school coordinator. I'm not sure it's not.
No, when he logs in, his login is this. Coordinator privilege, so I don't think he has that. Writing 2 questions.
Hi, Casey.
Yes,
I was
hello.
trying to give him the message your staff. Yes. Lesson done. So I'm teaching her today. Principal assistant principal. That one's. Thank you. Thank you.
So, from what you said, educated secretaries, executives, like 48, some of the principals, and chart boards, emails, and members of these, so that anybody can count. I know I think but I just know that it's
Okay, so I sent over the questions that I gave answers for those regarding the offices and then also the single sign-on um, usage. Okay, so we did explore the marketplace. We were successful with searching for lessons, maybe even creating and adding something to your life, or would you need help with that? Okay. So again, we did do the easy tag, and now one thing I do want to mention too, what's within the easy tech lessons. So I go on easy tech, then there are videos and resources to help me get started with this training. And in the curriculum, there is a scope and sequence. It is broken down by details, 2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8. Anatomy of the discussions, the activities, and the.
Do you recommend those webinars?
I believe so. And then you have an opportunity to ask a lot of the questions that you may have, to playing around a little bit and saying, hey, I'm still not seeing, show me how to do that. I find that they are, and they're very into the presenters are really responsive. Here, they're really short and they show you step by step functions in Lord.com.
Are you on the help?
Yes, I am on help, but I clicked on easy tech, and this is what we'll use later, and this is how I'm doing. So if you're teaching a grade 4, it's telling you computer fundamentals week 1, typical use policies, etiquette discussion, identity theft, and even the implementation model. Now, some of this I will probably introduce to my students, or I may lecture more or model for them. That is definitely recommended, and here the model is whole group, and it tells you it's a discussion. So that's where those lessons, if we go back to our library, what is recommended here is what is in sequence here. So that was, what grade was that? 4th grade. So I will go by grade level, 4th grade. What recommended in that pacing calendar is a sequence that is here for 4th grade. So you see, if I view it, I can print that out, and in sessions I am having a whole group lesson with my students.
What's that digital citizenship app that I just saw on page 2?
Where?
If you go back to the main, right there, bottom right hand corner, right there. Scroll down. What about that? How familiar with?
If you have access to that, it's the coordinator as a teacher and as a student. So the instructions here, it helps you down the app at the iTunes.
Or are we downloading it to the desktop? What's
Yes, this looks like for you to have access through from your iTunes or Google Play. So yes, whatever digital device you have, there's an app that's available to you all. Teaching to access online safety on mobile devices and to support bring your own device initiatives. So if you allow students to bring them to school and use it during class, this is an app that will integrate.
Because I know I use iTunes a few times for like documentaries and things like that, but will it let me on iTunes go on the desktop? Is it going to be filtered out?
That I'm not sure was on which district. If you filters, whatever parameters they set for that.
I thought I was iTunes. That sounds like something that would really.
Yeah, it'd be helpful. So using the online safety curriculum, because I know I heard you say that would be helpful to you. You have the safety guide, and then using the Easy Tech curriculum, keyboarding curriculum, and then certificates. Every time a student completes a lesson in you can take, they will get a certificate.
You print those from, print them sometime.
You can. And you can even set it up when you create your class, which we'll do shortly. But you'll show them how to, they can print off their own certificate if you want to do that. Because, of course, students are moving at their own pace. You don't have to limit them to wait on the whole group. Okay. So that's easy tag. And again, this is the pacing guide. Do you have your students for 8 months, the whole year, or is it 6 weeks or?
It's pretty much the whole year. They only see me about.
Or once?
So for mine, I had half the time to tell that it won't be like that. They're not willing to prepare for it. To drop everything in there. Say, well, it's.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So it varies. I have students every day, and then I have audiences of classroom teachers that are. So you see where to find the, and then this is the, I want to make sure open sequence in there. So it tells you basically what's within the units. By grade level clusters. Okay. So, pretty easy. Okay, so if you can show the library and your favorites, I like to see for those of you who were able to create. Have you been able to create a demo training account? You're able to, or make a request for one? Okay, good.
I where is that?
So to my library, and then at the university, my curriculum or items.
It's right there. Because yeah, it gives you, I can access some of this, access anything in the marketplace, and not everything you're seeing, but 2%.
So that's where you're ready to assign if that's the things you want to use.
Yeah.
You can use that. Now, A stands for activities.
Okay.
And those were created by other users. And so that in an activity is not really where they have to use.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then I found this live. This one is critical thinking with the technology clothes. Oh, that's one of ours. Where they go out. It's not everybody's internet or whatever it is where it's kind of, a movie year thing. When they see themselves in what? Because I might not have a full account, but at least I have with my meetings.
Absolutely.
What they call.
So have a full-blown harmony
Count. I was telling Mr. Gregory, I don't feel so bad now that how are they doing this? I can't do my kid.
Uh-oh, that's why. Okay. Talk about from Easy Tech, the curriculum, um, and ideas. How do you see yourself implementing the tech apps curriculum on your campus, the way things are set up?
Supplement whatever students PowerPoint project in my intro, some of them easy tech lesson.
That's a great way to the learning.com resources, just like an opening to a new lesson. And they have some resources on the help and how do you see using this for a small?
Definitely is a bit of activity to give them a personalized explanation for. None of my computer classes are.
Have about 30, 45. That's good. I've heard 40. I've heard 40 to a classroom, and there's only 28 work. So that's pretty tough. But that 25 is a good. What about on the individual student basis?
Test.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or quiz. So work on it with a new bit of activity. I thought I've been thinking, okay, then now it's your turn to show me what you learned.
Even a review for some of the speed to introduce some skills that some students are ready. So, and even for homework. Great. All right. Did I mention we're taking lunch at 12? Please don't allow me to go over the time. So I want to show you that as a student to use with inquiry professional development. So if you want to know, as a teacher, you can view like what's included, an overview, getting tests. So all these things are available to you as a teacher. And then each grade level, now go to grade 3, which had the lessons that I assigned, will have teacher resources. So inquiry for guide for 3rd grade, there's a guide. So an overview for 3rd grade. And then also, so all the projects that a 3rd grade, one that I picked was the Life and Times. It shows what the technology and core area learning objectives. So here you see the graphics of word processing software, help features. That is the main focus. And so that is a guide that's available. And you would have a unit, 2 units for English language arts, 2 for math, 1 for science, and 1 for social studies. Now, often the question is, when do you implement or assign inquiry lessons? And I've heard people have discussions about giving the pre-test early on to see where their students were, and then giving the projects later on. Also, implementation models would include maybe going through certain easy tech curriculum assignments, and then at the end of 6 weeks, adding the subjects as maybe like a final exam or a mid-semester exam? How do you see using the inquiry units for you in your situation?
I can see me collaborating with teachers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, frequently, teachers will come and ask anyway, hey, can I have students do a project or social study in Google Lab? So it's
Great.
a way to connect.
Thank you for sharing. Any others? Inquiry units?
I think the aspect of the really fun, and I like use it as a want the teachers to use more of their resources in their classes. Some of our teachers use their ads more than others,
Right.
but they haven't really discovered all the great tools that are out there.
Right.
So,
It is the learning.com app that's free, available on students.
yeah.
So it will have all those tablet compatible lessons in with your iPads.
Oh, they only decided to tech teachers, principal, to be able to assign other teachers.
Yeah, and I would definitely ask for the teachers to sit to them and have access to it, and maybe when a staff meeting, introduce to your campus and tell them about the resources that are available for them, because the subscription is based on the students, not the users per se. So if you have students enrolled, then you can just have access to subscribe to me. Assign lessons to them as well.
So my students will have access to probably not to iPads, but I have my own. So I can go out and use the app and just connect to my computer and use that in the same class. They can see it on the projector, they might actually themselves. Is when, and for this one, when I asked for the correct account, attach the instructions for the digital solutions to that, but I'd like to ask them if I know I can put it on mine, because I've already used it. So use that way, use my iPad.
Yes.
I like that idea.
And I really would push for teachers' accounts so they can use it as well. And how many of you have a before or after school program?
We're going to have a coding an academy, one academy in our
Is this one of the flagship schools, or I've heard of Harmony?
Ours is one of the newer ones. It's out by and I know one of the kids that share devices, you know, like devices.
There was a campus that opened up maybe 3 or 4 years ago, outside of Dallas in Grand Prairie. You got out and ski it and sat up on the hill.
It's like
And they're,
I didn't know that. I mean, if there's at least 3 or 4 campuses that popped up in the Dallas area. That's great. I've heard that they're pretty tough to get in as far as the lottery.
There's a lot of interest.
Yeah. Okay, so.
I ended up taking that off.
I'd like to show you all, and we'll leave in a few minutes for lunch. I'd like to show you on the inquiry, when you're the lessons and the grade books, home. Again, I can go from this page and go into just the 4 lessons that they're grading. My assumption would be the other students who were in my class, they're still in progress. It would only give me, so I can see Aiden's, and I can view a lesson plan, the teacher's view, that tells me a little lesson, the unit. So all the reasons and questions I would have, they're available. And then for each part, because you just wouldn't necessarily say, okay, go finish it, but it's in one session, it would occur over time in different steps. Aiden's lesson, you can see exactly what he did. So Aiden put hello, hello, hello. We definitely want to provide some support to Aiden. And see task 2, okay, so he did more than one method of, and these are his pictures, good. So I can see that. Okay, the words are missed. But he said it here, okay. So I can, so you click on grade a comment, and I can say, Aiden, please see me. Yes. Class. And always, you want to say something positive. I the pictures. Or great job with copying multiple ways of choosing your pictures. So I had, and he would get a little message whenever he leaves that I responded to him. So for grading, I can complete the rubric, or I can look at tells the guidelines for getting a 4 or a 2 or 1 in each of the objective areas. And then I can say, okay, for this part, I think he gets a 1. Technology skills are pretty good. I give him a 3. The wiki post, yes, he posted the pictures. Then the writing, I would say, because again, in the writing, I would say, okay, didn't he wrote about a main event. We wrote about an area of topic, another topic not related to an autobiographical. I can never get that last syllable in there. Main event. So he said hello, hello, hello. He wrote, but not writing clearly about personal experience. So anyway, I will submit his grade. I can save it, and then he can come and talk to me. No, Mrs. Scott, it was this, it was that, and I can withdraw it and give him another chance. Send it back to him. So I click OK, and then I can go to the next student, Adeline, and I can grade like this. Okay. Now I want to go to the grade book. Now after lunch, we'll go into creating classes, assigning students, enrolling students and assigning assignments, and then having your own individual time to map out how you want to get started with this, okay? So this is what my grade book looks like.
When I get full account, where will I be able to see all the students?
Okay, well, first you have to have the class open, okay? So let me just take you back to my classes. I'm going to my my HSI inquiry. So I click on the name. And when I click on these little fish That's where all the students will be listed. Here are my students.
So when I get the Grade account, when I go there, all my students will automatically show up. I don't have to, okay, great.
You will have to assign them to each grade, but they will be there with it. They're supposed to be enrolled in your district.
Yeah, but this free one, nothing shows up. You put them all in, and I was
Oh,
like,
one
oh
by
my
one.
God, that is.
That'd be too much. But in a snapshot, I can see who's completed, who's still in progress, and then the project, Aiden, well, Aiden, you have to redo this one, but I'll support you to complete. I made this assembly unit from a different grade level to start off with, and I still have to grade these items. Now, you can assign curriculum from this point. You can print your login cards, which once you have all your students enrolled, it prints out in a PDF, so you can just print these out. You can print your roster, which, I don't know, in your case, for me, I have two small ones at home, so I'm always at care now or at the doctor, so I may not be able to make it to class. And whoever is in my class, oh gosh, I forgot to update the assignments in my sub folder, so I can just from my phone or my iPad, just assign some assignments. And in my subfolder, I do have a roster, so I don't have to worry about students saying, oh, I forgot my login, I can't do anything. That person taking over my class has that, and they, Mrs. Scott has already assigned your lesson, so they can go ahead and work and do, and not just be, you guys, even your best students turn into your worst students with the sub-president. Isn't that amazing? So, unless you have a really, really good sub. But anyway, here's a way to always have lessons available if you're pulled away or unable to teach your class. So, let me close this out. You can also print your grade book, which I highly recommend you do. Anytime you make changes or get rid of a class, you have to print out your grade book or you will lose the grades. And you can also export your grade book. However, you cannot export it or I guess upload it into any other grading system. A lot of them don't. They cannot.
So you can export as a PDF or as a
Like a spread, like a C, I think it
an
goes.
Excel document,
Yes,
but you
yes,
can't get
yes.
it in the archaic.
I don't think it will. It goes into the CSV now for Excel. So if your system allows that, you can.
We know is if you grade book off the grade books in the same file type, but I don't think you can go back on it. This is the last unit database is been when we see export you grade book. So it sounds like both of these are actually export. I don't think you
Right. And then once you have that class open, you can also change the settings in that class, which we'll talk about when you create your classes. And there's that option to force or open a class, the sequence of the assignments. And then just for the student view, what will it look like for your students? So you can see, okay, that's what it looks like. So any questions about the grade book? All fairly simple, right? Okay. So it's 11:30, and I think this is a good time to just take a break and take a break for lunch. So
Sounds good.
yeah, so you want to come back at 12:45?
Sure.
Because we didn't have a morning break. Let's come back at 12:45, and then we'll come back. We will start creating classes and assigning and enrolling, and I will show you how to. And then you get time to kind of work through, and then at the end, I'll show you how to create your own. So this is not advanced enough, so I'll show you how you can create your own lessons, which may be helpful to you, and definitely to the other teachers who are using this for the grade level. Okay, so thank you. Any places for lunch that you recommend?
Just got the-
I'll see you in a moment.
The mobile app is working now. Barbecue? I need somebody to take me to. I was invited today. I didn't use the restroom.
I meet you,
Well, I'm gonna be packing this up, just for not to leave it laying around.
Okay, be right back.
Did you get your learning.com stuff straightened out? Did you get a sample account?
Not yet, I've been getting other things taken care of while I watch. Because I have, like, most of my teachers still don't have computers.
Yeah.
Is Mr. OJ in?
He just left.
here? Okay.
Yeah, he'll be back at 12:30.
Oh.
12:45.
Yeah, they left.
But no, I've been watching.
Okay, yeah, and this, and the syllabus stuff too, that it's too really key.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I sent an email out to all my teachers, it's like, I need their information. The thing is, we're on OJ's network right now, because we're at his school, so he actually has to add them, I can't add them. So I have to get all of them.
Are you working at his school or are you working?
Well, HSI is not built yet.
Oh, that's
They're still under construction, so we're going to occupy their building for.
They have enough room to fit all you guys? Well,
Sort of.
sort of. What's
No, I gotta find that. I know we have quite a few, but I don't think we're,
okay.
I don't know if we're maxed out.
What,
But, no, for some of the rooms, like, all the, for kinder through second have rooms. Then third grade's gonna be rotating between some rooms
yeah.
and the cafeteria.
Well, you're not gonna have to do a syllabus if you're teaching. What grades are you teaching again? I can't remember which.
I'm teaching, computers to K through 4th.
Yeah, you won't need
Yeah,
syllabus.
that's just gonna be,
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out though, are you gonna do Edmodo, or are you gonna do ClassJump, learning.com, you have like 3 options, which are really good options either way.
yeah. I mean, for kinder, I mean, a lot of it's gonna be learning how to operate. And then first,
Well, and there's wonderful PowerPoints for that, like,
yeah,
he and I use, we have the opening day thing, which is all the class rules, a little bit about yourself.
I know, yeah, that's what I figured for this first day is gonna be with all of this kind of introducing myself, introducing whatever, this different.
You might want to though have at least some sort of either,
Can the following teachers please report to room 131? Ofelia Arroyo, Ashley Wright, and Mr. Haskins. Please report to room 131.
you might want to also have some sort of
Game.
boot up activity,
Yeah.
something either on from.
Well, I'm a rotating teacher, so
Yeah.
I don't know exactly yet. I don't know if basically a large portion of the laptops that came to my school,
Yeah.
if basically I'm gonna be loading them onto a cart to take to the rooms, or
Yeah.
what exactly.
Is your class an hour, 45 minutes, an hour?
I would assume so.
Yeah, because, yeah, the getting to, you should have some sort of activity
No, yeah, no, I know.
planned.
I've dealt with these age brackets in
How long have you been teaching? Is this your first year? or
first year
second?
teaching. I subbed all last year. I worked in a summer program with kids this age.
Yeah,
And stuff like that. I actually missed the kids that I worked with during the summer.
yeah.
I said my goodbye. They were kinder through going into 6th grade, and so some of them was just like I worked with all the ones that were in like the 3rd through going into 6th, like 3rd grade to future 6th graders, and it was like I don't know, it's just like you get attached to them after a while, especially like when you work with them all on a daily basis. And it wasn't a large group. There's probably maybe 50 at the most that I worked with, so I actually got to know all. Some of them it was like got to know a little better than others. They were a little bit more like, hey, how's it going?
Well, the, sending the emails to the parents for the website really helped because a lot of the parents.
Want to know what they're doing.
Yeah, and they'd have their kids practice. So I had some kids who could barely read. I had like 10 or 12 who would even actually go to class
And
to
we
help
had-
them log in.
Oh, so then you kind of had little assistants.
Yeah, because they would devour anything that got sent home to them through the website and practice. Computer instead of, watching videos here, let's practice some educational stuff. You're still on the computer, they still like it.
No, I remember my brother and sister did Reading Rabbit and Rabbit.
Yep. And then I just downloaded the app to my iPad that she talked about. I put that on my iPad and I want to check that out because I could hook my iPad up to my laptop. Yeah. Well, good luck with everything. I'll see you Saturday.
Yeah. I don't know what her name was. She just came by looking here. She just stopped in. That's one of the. I want to say it's one of the teachers. She's probably like I have my people emailing me right now. Like she's not here. I have my teachers emailing me just so I can get their names of who needs the logins. And then just shoot me email. They're emailing me right now. Yeah, it's the, can you create it here? Or you gotta go back to the other campus. Can you create it here? Okay. Yeah, they can't access it. You can't have the access. Yeah. But I'm just trying to get all that so then they can back and go check.
Close, right? Excellent.
Are you guys the laptop and all that? Are you guys ready to get it from?
See that?
Mr. Crow, please report to the front office. Mr. Crow, please report to the front office.
Tuesday and Thursday.
She's a little underweight.
Yeah, don't have that.
Better find out if they're okay with the contract. Oh, well, I don't have a room right now.
Yeah, nice. I have a nice little
Keurig or?
I want to use this pour over thing. It's for my birthday this year. It's
Paper?
it's just they call it a Bee House pour over coffee. Bee House is the manufacturer, but you can get various varieties. It's
Just
ceramic.
sit over the cup and you order hot water.
Right. You set over the cup, put your grounds in there, and pour hot water over it. So I have a little electric kettle of water. That would be the only question. Can I heat water in my classroom? I'm in a computer classroom, so beverages and that sort of thing.
Oh.
Interesting.
I have a problem. It's not my bag.
I don't think we got any bags around here.
I'm confused because this thing is stashed up middle of about the winter it's full.
Yeah.
I was like, I hadn't seen it at all until like it just like kind of laid down a certain person. It's a stashed in the middle.
It's on 4th.
Go back to storage. So yeah, access.
I didn't use it last year. Usually, last year I created a website.
So what it's related.
It's kind of a Facebook for the classroom.
And legally it's
So I go to what I use. Not so much the social. I just use it to send in documents or assignments, allows them to turn in assignments, just with the mail, so you can have a folder to send in backpack with
say things.
Yeah.
No, this is for you.
And then last year, I did the redo assignments, so last year I created assignments to turn in as well. So
Did everyone have a good lunch? I think I'm smelling like that little barbecue. Some place called Inca chicken, I think, Peruvian rotisserie chicken. And that was right down here. And I smell like I've been cooking the chicken myself. But it tastes really good.
Power supply. That's
So, excuse me, so as promised, I will show you how to create classes. Do you have your demo account? Or you have a demo account? You do not? Oh, good. Do you have one yet? A demo? Have you set up one?
Yeah, I've been watching on this.
Okay.
So on the homepage, there's a tutorial for
Yeah, so there's so many resources available to get additional support. And the webinars they have, there are live webinars they have, towards to, I think few of them are after school. But check. I think on to help the urge right? Then workshops. The sensory. Back delivery. All sensory. You can register there. Okay. Yes. You should be there. Okay. So, platform, which is kind of what we want in there.
so
Yes. Access to them. She was like,
we had that. It was last year.
yeah, I've noticed a lot of the districts had them previously, and then the districts had decided to just go with tabs and paper. As we have this very education.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured out how to percent. So I'm supposed to use the keyword search here? Yeah.
To search within the Discovery Education?
Yes, just-
Okay. They have, yes, so if you have an account with the special education, and you can log in.
The kids get, a half day.
And then when you see that icon that comes from the search.
She's trying to do it like
You guys would have a free system of and probably do this session.
So it would be, so we can launch every day or? You just let me know and I'll stop the links. Thank you.
So let's see what happens when you click or answer the question.
Yeah.
See, or discovery education, whatever you're using on the learn.com platform. Okay, so let's get to the good part, which we said we would talk about how to create classes. Now, you have to create classes in order to assign assignments. But as a teacher, if you're using the learning.com resource, whole group, you can always view the lesson and project them for your class. And the students can follow along. Maybe it's a video, or it's a game, or it's just an instructional module. You can, as a teacher, assign them to the students, present it for the whole class or a small group. But I'm going to show you how to create a class. Like I had 2 classes, and 2 things I do want to mention. I created 2 classes for you, and you can, again, create an unlimited amount of classes for your students. But I wanted students to have access to my technology applications, and then I wanted them to have access to the inquiry projects. And when you are working or creating your classes, I want you to think about how you want to set up your classes as well. And the main reason why is when you force a lesson, and let's say we have our technology applications and you're following, if you also wanted to add a video related to something else, your students would never get to see that video until they showed mastery on the lessons that come ahead of that in the sequence. So you definitely want to consider making multiple classes to serve different purposes. When you logged in as a student, you had the privilege of going anywhere you wanted to in the class, within the class. But again, I recommend that you force it so that students don't have that, except for the classes where it's just like extra resources. So like we have 1A, 1B, and you have a keyboard group, PowerPoint group, spreadsheets group, and a word group. Right? So Let me just take you through the basics of creating classes. Some of you already know. But at the very bottom, you'll see a desk with a green plus sign, and it says Add Class. So if you click there, you're creating a new class, and I'm going to call this class HSI Keyboarding. And when I click Add, it now is added to the list on the left navigation panel. Now, HSI keyboarding, you always want to adjust the settings of new classes. So I decided I want to change the name, and I'm just going to call it HSI Tech Apps. I can write a description if I want, or I don't have to, and this is going to be for my grade 6 class. The lesson certificates, I want them to be printable or view only, and I'll do view only because students don't get to print out as they want to. Student tracking, yes. Always click yes, because if you don't, you won't be able to follow your student's progress. Then you have assignment sequence, where do you want the assignments forced or open? I'm changing this to forced, so that they have to go in the order that I set for them. And if you do that, you have to set a minimum score. What is your charter system minimum score for passing?
I always said it was 70. I don't know.
70.
For sure.
You can say 70, you can raise the bar, make it 80, whatever, because again, it's mastery of skills. And class commenting, or group commenting, you can decide if you want them to be able to comment towards each other or not. And I have here that it says on. And I want to save changes.
Is that new? Last comment?
Yes, it is new. So that's where your students can say, like, I don't understand this, or am I finishing, or can you tell me this? Just so you can communicate.
Catch up a little bit. What grade did you select?
I just chose 6th grade.
6th grade. What's this about the lessons?
That's when you're doing the easy tech lessons, whenever they reach a certain skill level, tech app skill level, they can get a certificate, and you can choose that they can print it every time they are successful, or should they view only, or don't give them access to the certificates.
The student tracking.
That allows you to keep up with their progress as they're completing their lessons.
Yeah. Okay.
And then do you see the assignment sequence was forced and open?
Yes.
Okay, that's a very important option there. And then once you click Save Changes, they take effect. And then you can see what this class looks like. And now you see I have 0 classes in there. Now within each class, you have the library, which has your assignments, your students, assessments. Some of you may or may not have that. And then you see this graph here of this pie chart, class reports. Now there's only one option here, but once I have students and assignments, my options will expand. Then you see this icons represent student apps. If you click there, you'll see, do you have this on this here?
Yes.
Okay, there's a colored pencil, a ruler, and a paintbrush. If you click on Enable Student Apps, you should see Typing Pal at least. So if you click Enable, then every student that you add to this class will have access to Typing Pal as an app, so they can use it as a resource. Okay? So I like for everyone to create a class. It could be one you plan to use, or one that is just for training purposes.
On the students tab,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about it.
Yes, I haven't gone to the students yet, just creating the class. Mr. John Apple,
That's,
are you successful in creating a class?
yeah, I mean, I believe so. I have created, I
Hey,
have not assigned any students.
just
any
practice.
assignments.
Okay, we have a lot of that. Okay, so now let's look at students. One, the enrollment of students are adding. Let's say that you already have your school roster, but a student is transferred in, but they're not on the roster, so they can't get on. That may be handled by your district coordinator, whomever handles the attendance and new students, or you may be expected to do it. I'm not really certain. Um, but for me, if I wanted to add a student, there's a link here that says enroll students. And then there's a green arrow pointing here that I can enroll students. So I'm going to select the grade level, and this was 6th grade. And this is all that I have for 6th grade. So I can just select individual students, and they're enrolled, or I can check these boxes, click enroll. And now those students are in the classroom. Then my principal can come and say, oh no, survey workshop has transferred to a different district. So I hit edit and I can remove that student and there it's done. So if you have students, I'd like for you to select a grade, choose some students to go into your class. Now we can create the class and assign the assignments and do not have to enroll students yet, not until we have our rosters. And then if you need additional support with doing that, you can always go to help on the learning.com platform, create a class. There's a video that's only a minute and 26 seconds. And then there's the handout available too. Step 1, step 2, I mean it's very user friendly. So then, well, if you do have privileges to make changes to students, you click on and let's say that I have Rashawn Nichols, and her name is misspelled, or she needs a new password because her friend has her password and been going to her account. So I can click the pencil, and then this is where I can change her U password, her grade, and click save. Now this is going to be my master class. I am a tech apps teacher for the training purposes, and I teach 6 sections. And they may be different grade levels, but I'm going to use Learn.com to teach the same lessons. So I don't want to have to go and locate all this curriculum and assign it, and then create another class, go back and find it and sign it. I'm going to use the duplicate feature. But before we do that, I'm going to actually assign some assignments. So when I click on the red library book, it says there are no assignments here. So I click on Assign Curriculum. It takes me to my library. I'm going to go ahead and choose my Easy Tech. And I'm going to choose the Online Safety. And I'm going to choose 6 through 8 Online Safety. And I happen to like all of this. And I'm going to assign the whole unit. So now all of those lessons are placed in this classroom. remembering my advice about certain lessons and certain types, I have to go in and remove any lesson that has a D for discussion because I don't want the students to have my lesson plans. So I go to the class edit and I go through and it should be an X there, it hasn't appeared yet, but I'm going to remove this one. And oh, there it is. Take out all the D lessons and the A. Whenever there's a D lesson in a sequence, that's the time that you can assume that, okay, students will not be at the workstations, will be in whole group or small group settings.
What did the A stand for?
Activity.
And that's not a computer activity.
Right. They have to respond using the computer. Okay, so I'm done. But you know what? I want the cyberbullying lesson to come before the instant messaging lesson. I'm going to hit edit again, and I'll just move it by clicking on the arrow. And I want community science. Change the sequence. So I have my HSI Tech App class, and I click on it. You know what? I have 6 sections, so I need to change the name. So I'm going to go to Settings, and change this to 6A. And so now I'd like for you to have access to class, to create classes, to assign some assignments to one of your classes. And if I can help you, I'm going to be walking around. Yay, you have a class. Access. Do you have an account? Do you have the demo account?
Yes.
Or the free account?
I think I have the free account.
Okay.
I thought I didn't know it.
So I'm doing classes. And send you access. So access you create. Marketplace. And you choose resources, provider section. I just want to see you as slides and quick. Now, as I mentioned, I have to teach 6 sections of 6th grade tech apps. So I do not want to have to go back and edit and change and search and do all this stuff. I'm going to duplicate my master class. And to do that, at the very bottom where you created the class, there are 2 pages for duplicate, and it's me which one. I have to select the group. I want to choose my HSI Tech App 6A. Now they want to know, well, what name? It has a unique name. So this is going to be Tech Apps 6B. I want to duplicate the students and the assignments and apps? No, I just want to do the assignments and the apps. I hit add. Now I have a 6B with the same lessons, but not with any students. So now I can go and search for those students and add them. And I can leave the same settings as for 6B for 6B. and I click save. So now I have a duplicated class. And I can set for 6C, 6D, so forth and so on. So you make a second webmaster class for your second period, and you already had like 1A, 1B, 1C. If you use the duplicate, duplicate.
A question for you. When creating web links, how does it do?
You created. And when you created that, it gave you an option to a complete or incomplete or number out of.
So I chose the computer. So
Then it, question is this should show. So what we would have to do is go in and, so if I use a login, and the student,
I didn't know if maybe just time.
that's the question I'm gonna find out. So this which student is this, that's on to the account? Or that you logged in as? It is not, yeah. Teacher, like you maybe had to find out if they did it, or maybe they jumped from that page, or print out and then the teacher would grade the proof of, or does it automatically detect what they really down there and at least give you an indicator that they completed it. But I know it created in terms of a journal or web link for you. Line, but no. So do you all feel comfortable with creating a duplicate class? Creating, enrolling students? So, we also have the responsibility of differentiating instruction. So you may have a group of students so advanced that you need to give them additional lessons, other projects, or students who have an IEP that has to have modified lessons. So I'm going to go back to a class. I'm going to create a small group. So to where you see 3 together assigned, and it's going to ask me to select class. So I'm going to select my 6A class, and the name of my group will be, how do you spell gigabytes? Gigabytes. So my gigabytes, right? I do not want to use other words that can be, hurtful for students. I learned that had happened, and with another program, the school, they put a word or a name there, reference a group of students who, and when they logged in, it was visible to students. So my is still the name, because even children can, if you say the So just, whatever. So I just was using Gigabyte. And the children, so I have my small group now. And I look at this is no students enrolled, so I can enroll my students. All of the sixth grade students, it'll just give me the students that are enrolled in the initial. So Rashawn Nichols is to be in my Gigabytes group. So now I have a small group within a class, and it looks like this. Individual students, which would be a roster, and I have my small group, and I can assign individuals. Now, that child will still have access to the lessons that were assigned to the whole class, but they will have assignments for that class too, or that small. Is about small groups or creating a small group.
Do the students, they see that they are, so if you have a class-wide assignment, that would be given separate from the assignment, and so you have to direct the students to say, now I want to groups. Or would they be able to differentiate, or would they just see it all in their home school?
Remember when you logged in as a student, and then when they click on classes, they will see the whole class for 6A, and they will see the gigabytes with Alicia Scott. And they also will see a new assignment. So there will be indicators there.
Tabs at the top. So I use units.
Yeah.
So right now we're focusing on keyboard unit. Click on the keyboard unit at the top. So we're in the PowerPoint.
So do you assign all of your students to your groups, your small group?
I use the groups more units.
Units, that's why I heard how you assign them all to groups. That's great.
Or instead of having all the units in general class where it's like, monologues, now they've got a smaller chunk.
Yeah.
Who's on which one am I supposed to be in?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a good use. Cool. Okay, so questions on creating a class, enrolling, duplicating the class, or creating a small group. This is such a great group. All right. So, before I transition, I will click on the report options, but I have to go for the main class. 6A, because I have students and I have assignments. So what does that look like now? I have a great book report option, student detail, curriculum items, standards, class standards. So there's so many different options now for reporting.
Good afternoon, teachers. If you do not belong to this campus and you park in an admin position, would you please move your vehicle? If you do not belong to this campus and you park in an administrator's position, please move your vehicle.
The ones by the door had admin.
Yeah, I saw those this morning where they said admin was there, so I'm out along the curb that's like in the crime scene.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. I saw you get out, yeah. Your side's on the ground.
I hope if I back up onto the sun and just see it. Well, they'll probably have a gray.
They were doing that.
Okay. So now is the time that I'd like for you to think about how you can apply, implement, rather, learning.com into your classroom. Even with the planning and maybe browsing and choosing some additional lessons to make it fancy, looking at the pacing guide, maybe even at your school district's the sequence and see where learning.com lessons fall in comparison to yours. So I like to a good amount of time actually to do that. And then our final activity will be creating a web or journal entry. And I'm gonna have Mr. Gregory to come up and demonstrate how he created his plan. Because he's already created some, he's published on learning.com already. Then add that to his portfolio.
Yeah. First thing was just creating a project. I didn't write any changes, so I looked and then deleted it and added it again for everybody. And so I have two files that I can download.
Yeah, I don't mess with that with myself, so.
Figure out if there's a way to.
And do you all remember how to access the scope and sequence for
I believe so.
the units?
It was library, and then you'll choose either inquiry or easy tech. Now, these are just different, groups of lessons, as I understand, and then they find that was our way of, doing our own development.
Professional,
And, so, and how would you characterize the difference between inquiry and easy tech?
Well, the primary difference is that tech will be the full curriculum. Inquiry is more so it's culmination of lessons that you taught in East Tech or a unit that you may have taught and integration of the content areas, whether it's in English language arts, writing, math, and it's on and you go into inquiry, there would be teacher quizzes to tell you about each of the units or things. But under the help, you can get a quick summary or detail of the scope and sequence or curriculum objectives by grade level. And for Easy Tech, you have to click there and use your scope and sequence. Or if you went into inquiry, you have inquiry teach core curriculum alignment, which for kindergarten, math, K-1, and then what the standard is. Which goes all the way. And so, working on this and trying to plan out my calendar, I would the curriculum, the teach core curriculum alignment, my scope and sequence and kind of planning out that way. You think you can use this? This time would be good for you to use for planning, kind of doing your own thing, or?
Certainly have a lot to,
Yeah. Think about days or first few weeks. How could you do this? And that's how I would build my classes. Maybe find, or even if you don't assign any assignments, maybe find some and make them your favorite so you can easily access.
I thought that core inspirations,
Or access to books. Yes.
both of those were good stuff.
Putting out like the online safety.
Yeah.
Signage. We lost one person.
I think he had a good person, because he only teaches one class and then he's got IT for one campuses.
Oh, wow.
And because he is maybe ask him at our campus, so. But I mean, to get to the only way he does have a key. Actually, I don't know. I don't have keys, he does.
You're at the,
For now, well, my campus isn't built yet, it's still under construction, so we should be occupying some of his campus space.
there are a few schools where that has happened. One, they had to delay the opening because they didn't have a location. But you can work. Is it property association?
A little bit. That's why I was kind of seeing, I was like, nobody's back.
So do each school have a different focus, or they're all pretty much the same in terms of, right?
I think they all have a focus and then they kind of have on the sides things that they provide.
And I think they have a word statement for the signs and something that's just their focus. So I don't want that have. Okay, so it's political science and communication.
They're all pretty STEM based.
They all focus on the core and then it's like on the side they have other things that are available. They on the side they have outdoor stuff and allow. But other campuses don't offer.
We have, more stuff that's awful. We do have a, recreation center not far from the city. Belongs to the city, it's with this recreation center. They let us have our athletic practices up.
Bless you.
Like it's coming. Yeah, no, I think not like permanent.
Right, so then you would be relying on the marketplace for.
No, when I gave my actual account, will this transfer over or will I have to go back and find it?
I'm not sure.
I sent them an email with the harmony, sorry, no such thing, instead of
Who did you send that to?
the Kava guy.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
have
because
to.
he's the one overseeing all that, he's the, give everyone the criminal account.
Yeah, I sent you a message on that, and I don't respond to it, I'm not sure that I met over.
I just figured it'd be
It didn't
easier.
bounce back, so. Yeah, so
Yeah.
the email is yeah.
I don't want to have to search for all my account or criminal accounts to get my, you know what I mean? Easier that way.
Yeah. Restart. Always good, especially when
Yeah, so I get my computer back, I did everything I had down.
it can be so expensive. This is my second.
Okay, so this and technically the processor is what makes everything, but if the hardware be different. So one of the basically kind of makes really get would be different. And one is just where I store it and process it. So
Like my physical converses here, so
and again, it's kind of a lot of people are getting it's like even like animation, it takes what barnyard or whatever the word, but like it's got cows that look like they're guys, and the weasel and the pig can talk.
I'm sure I know that one.
Do you remember what it's actually called? I think that's what it's called. I want to say it's called. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, so that's right.
I like that piece.
But if you have credentials for this lab, this should,
Yes.
can you borrow your,
And I have a question for this class. So it's a little bit with a number, and so the time is set for that larger group. Since it's such a small group, like, okay, we'll give you that time. Do you feel as though how much more? I don't want to have you just hanging out just to hang out. That's it. But I don't want to release you before this administrator either.
Yesterday we let us know a little, it was after, it was like 3:20.
Because I can see that I can wrap this up like this.
yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical, right?
Because it's 4 o'clock on my schedule till 4. And I'm thinking, well,
We're done.
you're done. So she's shaking like, yeah.
It's gonna be, we don't want to make it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how I stretch it till 3, actually. So, if you feel comfortable with going, I just wanted to give you time to be free and kind of explore and see there, with your lessons and everything. I would like for you to still have some discussion and share about more ways to implement after you've kind of researched some more and then think about the scope and sequence. Like, what are some of the things you are required to teach that you see that is available to you on .com?
That says in neophyte, I don't have a complete understanding of what I'm required to teach when I am what's elected.
The curriculum, when I accessed it, because I got questions, some of it was like sixth graders teach them how to, I mean, how to figure they already knew how to program, so they had so many, like, we did the typing, but we did that outside of class. We did a lot of stuff with Google Docs, we did computer science, so we kind of upped it up because some of the stuff that was listed, kind of, was a little plain. And so we just took what was there for the curriculum, but kind of stepped it up.
Another level, okay. Yeah, you have your state and what they expect, and yeah, but if you're advanced, then yeah, you. Now I know there's some things that you have to do, like on online safety and
Cyberbullying, things like that.
yes, you have to teach that, and yes, and etiquette. You probably have lots of classes for that, and
What did you
then.
learn about it? You said it was to me about Medicaid or anything.
Before I went to Pearson, before I went here, I worked for Pearson, so we know the online tests they take, I created those. So,
My goodness, with no problem.
Yeah, we like in the database.
Yeah.
I just was able to do that
So
for the
you
first
have-
time, just,
Yeah.
so,
You can see the curriculum in there.
Yeah.
which I have just started.
It gives you certain moments to have.
and the teams are online, for the state of Texas, that'll also give you an idea what you need to go.
See, so you all need to be following each other.
My stress
And
level
just
is so
texting you. Okay,
At
good.
first I was like, what am I expected to do? Teaching in a week and I haven't even had access to the curriculum.
People said, because last year we had to do lesson plans 2 weeks out, they tell you how many.
He said at least last year, we were setting our lesson plans, they had to be in by Sunday morning or something like that for the final.
That's also influence, at least the different
And so this would be too, like if you're for each grade level, you know there's certain things and we can talk about which ones are like non-negotiables and even though you have to teach Medicaid, here's a resource, but you don't have to use that. You may have other resources or you're online, but it's here and you know you have to have it anyway. As well.
Well, yeah, and the website that I gave you yesterday, the third graders, we used a lot of the Netiquette stuff and a lot of the websites on safety. You go on the website, it's all there.
So just exchange, email.
Or working on my syllabus, because I have it, so.
Oh, okay. So that's very helpful.
This is the one that you forwarded to me. Is that what you were referring to?
Yesterday from the,
Gotcha.
the third grade. Classes. Gonna pass.
You creating the crossword puzzle?
Yeah.
That's
This one's really good. That's all I have to say.
That,
Disney.com.
awesome.
Let me go back to here. Click on this.
It's a way to.
And I just booked it on my website and, yeah.
So do they input their answers on that website and it automatic?
That's what they get.
Okay.
It's like a curriculum. It's a curriculum that,
won't have is like, because I did digital graphics for in this us. So I would rather just access to Grandpa is also not good. For access district wide or is it?
Grandpa?
ASC. So as long as we give him that, I got that from him. That's the Grandpa too.
Is that students not be present. I think it would make that mostly given actually.
Teacher report. It's a digital graphics class and allow it to be social. That was. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, reputation, lovely. Yep. It's more sticky right there. Magic school, because the magic school doesn't cover that. And this is another one. So we can, yeah. So, 3 minutes.
So another,
Are we gonna do that?
5 to 2 minute round.
Yeah, I just find his email and I'll forward it
To creating our own.
to you. That's funny, song or funny. It's really good. Like safety is like the yeah. Yeah, it's Disney. Now they have a whole online safety.
Oh, really?
And yeah, we did it in third graders. Oh yeah, it's a
Yeah.
And here's the thing, there's all these laptops on the counters to be checked out, under the counter. Under the counter.
What they do to you?
I have 44 laptops, 6 of them are for admin, there's only 2 admin laptops left. So I stuck them under, there's like 20 laptops sitting on the counter. They grabbed the laptop from under the counter to check out instead of one of the many sitting on top. And they're like, I have laptop this. And I look and it says science teacher. I was like, oh, that's an administrator laptop, not. Yeah, it's like, that's not.
Did you put the names on it? It's like that. I don't just put everyone's names on their laptop.
Yes, I don't have everybody's name.
Oh, okay.
She only gave me like so many names, not all of them. And so I was in the process of checking out, but I haven't been there today, so it's like.
They haven't grabbed the ones you had to put names on yet, or?
Well, no, they grabbed one that I put administrator ones. I only have 2 administrator laptops left, and I set them on me.
Yeah.
So they were out of the way. And I got all the other ones that are ready to go, with names on them,
Yeah.
and then there's blank stickers for them to write their name. They grabbed one from under the counter. There's only 2 down there, but all the other ones are all on top of the counter. Yeah, I was like, really?
See if, I want to ask you, I saw your sheet with on check out signatures and things like that for laptops. When you have one that I put in a digital file that
I just created. Like,
also this.
all I did is
This I've done.
yeah,
I've got
that's.
I was thinking,
Oh.
I don't know if you do. Yeah, I gave this to you. I would love
It's the same one that you last time.
change the header.
Changed it to, Alexander, you changed it to then us and obviously.
So this end with the her file.
He modified it
Trying to
to,
reuse that.
so I believe I have his file in my email.
So we did that, and, but, yeah, right now,
Go back to Excel is very good,
Oh, yeah.
Outlook is great, but mine is trying to do some of this. Angela Tapper.
Yeah.
yeah, put it into your computer and do it that way.
So have you all been tech apps, always been tech apps teachers? Or,
Yes, last year was my first year. Yes, I was like, teaching that I go into the inclusion, and then I did home math business, but I love that. That is cool, so, yeah, when I was teaching, I was
yes, Mr. Jordan? Okay. Just beginning teacher.
Well, I've been teaching for about 10 years in classes, like for GMAT and outside and sort of thing.
you like it or especially?
I've been teaching
Just try to
harmony
understand it.
for 8 months or so. But at that time, I was a long-term substance abuse.
Sixth grade.
I'm just getting started as a
Oh. Seems that way. Yeah. I think I would enjoy it with third grade, if I had to do it all day. Because those, boy, I'm out of energy, guys. I used to teach ESL, and I had K or pre-K through 6. And it was at that pre-K class that I was it's like you're on shoulder.
And yeah, substituting for those littles is the hardest thing by far.
Kindergarten tired me out.
Kindergarten, first grade, second grade was so tough getting on. They have to be on, because kids will count.
Hold your pencil like this. Do it like that.
Well, and I was up, and so, that maximum of your students, just, even your best students, worst is true, even for first grade. These kids who I assume well behaved most of the time, they started like kicking, throwing, there was a kid he threw scissors across the room. I can't have this, you out. I'm sorry.
Now that's perfect for a 6th grade. I'm like, okay, when we have those first graders, you are the broken record. I am a broken record. This is what it states in pre-K. So in terms of having to teach them tech apps, I think that's why
I've
we
seen
have
it's a
tech
very
teachers.
dedicated teacher be kinder first.
Well, I got lucky because the inclusion room was next door, so I had a place that were always teaching there, so it's, yeah,
Yeah, that's the way it was. And luckily, it's a sub that were basically like, they knew the kids were real problems. So they even have time. So this kid over here, really likes it. This
already
kid over here.
They already.
So,
But you just have to constantly stimulate them, and you have to transition more frequently, so they
working very quickly.
their attention spans, right?
Yeah,
They
if
have
it takes too long to make a transition, you give them enough time on their own,
Yeah, so that's the only thing I think.
About the one saving grace at the one school, there was another charter school, and it was in a church. So it was like, it was very small, and everything was just down the hall. Like their parents worked in the school, so it's all like, hey, do I need to go meet your mom? No.
Yeah, sixth grade class, seventh grade class, yeah, two kids twice in 1 year did fun. And one kid slapped the other kid, have a few seconds, no attention. And then it was on. That was interesting. It was
But
hard.
definitely like having the parents in the school, because it's annoying when parents were either other teachers or they just weren't cool to help out.
It's awkward though, because one of the
That's
other
what
kids,
it
the guy,
said.
that's why I worked with his
It's
mom
fine.
and I could get her to go, your son's fine, you need her. That was, it was like, this is not your friend talking, this is talking to you. It's like, you know, this isn't personal. That
Yeah, that could be a little.
And so they found and then 2 weeks later they were best friends. It's like a conception that she's out with and stuff. I'm saying that, so.
So what would be your best advice to the newer teachers, tech-out teachers, in terms of like, for the first couple of weeks, because lesson and all these great projects would be great, but the first day or two, you may not even get to touch a computer or a device.
I like what he did, the getting to know you, because he has a nice,
Tell
I
us
did that
about
as well.
that. Are you familiar with the PowerPoint?
You have that on your.
No.
Oh, you have a total different group. Your kids come in.
It's like,
Resources. Right.
so, and then
So we're talking about strategies for the first couple weeks, but yes, being able to implement the lesson, also how to best manage the classroom and prepare students. With us, like classroom. So how many years do you have experience in tech apps? How many years?
Just
So it's always called tech. Always ninth grade. No, I think. Not okay. Not yet. So I'm asking. I'm asking. Your tech app experience. How long have you been
Teaching tech up, this is my first year teaching, but I went to school.
But working with children, doing all those great things?
I was a substitute, I was a substitute for a while. And this whole past summer, I was in a summer program.
You have the kinder exposure. So I was asking some of your, I guess your few days, because of course you know a teacher, you lesson and you can get started, you plan, but then Johnny and Susie and you don't have classroom management down in the technical ways to use it.
the first thing I did was I used that Zoomo video, and it was technology in 2013. And so we went through that, and the kids had to create things that stood out for the video about it, because we still had how to.
And this is which grade?
I was sixth grade.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then for the, we started small with being able to download photos, and then we took Photoshop and took colors, reversed them to black and white, and then reversed them to black if you had like a whole big strawberries.
Oh.
And trying to, mix it up and start small to use Photoshop.
And you see your students how?
This was 3 days a week for the entire year, and then the other classes was, lower classes, 6, 7, and 8, they switched off. Because they have character act, but it's changing.
Okay.
So,
And Volta, am I saying that?
yes.
Okay, so students were using the computers on the first day. How would you roll it out?
What grades?
She's
Oh, you have the one ones too.
I'm 12.
This year, I think.
I think everybody's here except.
Everyone's supposed to be,
Yeah,
we're
computer
not.
science.
We're
They
not
absolutely
really
love
doing
it.
this.
Well, people spend a lot of money to take those classes outside.
Well,
It's
it's,
part of the curriculum.
I noticed a lot of the programmers, engineers, a lot of people do all this hard lifting. Yeah, the orientation, they're like, okay, what language are you using, what websites are you using? It's like, wow, okay. You know, this is my plan.
But I didn't know that they were even doing that in public schools. I thought it was like you were the tag, extra. State curriculum, or is that like other teachers? Like, and they don't go to college, so at least they can do anything else. So this 21st century skills, was it in that hour of code? That's how we got involved in hour of code. In women,
These are the
as online Facebook grew as a whole national. Yeah, December 7th or something.
That's all you guys. Yes, that's.
Okay, so the resources to prepare you for that.
Yeah, they have other courses, they have curriculum. Seriously.
And then it starts at what grade level? So with the coding, is that, I know there was a class at my daughter's school, but it was like something like $350.
But we don't control the kids in our code, like we did the Angry Bird games, we did zombies, and then we progressed after that.
What is the one with the robots? They're like bugs and you program Oh Lord. This one is up like
Yeah.
this is robotics. It's robotic. Yeah, well, I just remember wood shop in high school. For me, just wood shop. Make cars and that was it.
So I did like the curriculum for technology applications, but the kids liked it so much, it's like,
I tried to do it with my 8th graders classes. Yeah, I did with them on the codador, they had like 20 hours coding. They all code at work.
it's good, yeah. So yeah, it's, I can sympathize. It's the higher level.
Code a hour.
Code.org, an hour of code.
Hour.
Yeah.
Code.org, there's Code Academy.
Create your own clubs to teach
And teaching
outside
in
of
class.
class. Okay, our code is mostly the productivity is like not very hard, but for all different reasons.
Yeah.
And then you get, and then you can start, but then they get to do other things.
Yeah. I think it's more app creation, we did the Verizon app contest, so it's like, we had an app creator in the class and showed them how to use.
Somebody's parent.
No, a friend of one of the kids, he's like, we great that, he's like, from class, you know, we say that, the kid set it up for me, I was like, all right, so I'm gonna get my number, give me a text.
That's really cool. Okay. All right. So if I can have your attention to poll you on a couple of questions, you can. I like to think pair share, but we can think and pair up together, all together. If you can think about 2 things you learned today about learning.com, for those of you who are familiar with learning.com, 2 new things, and 2 critical information. And I'm just going to jot them down. So any volunteers to start? 2 things you learned and 2 things that are critical for you to remember.
That there's the free account versus an actual account. The actual account will have all your kids. You don't have to add a manual.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to your library, I never really used that before.
Because she's 9 to 12, so whatever buses every corner. She found some great resources. I hate to interrupt.
No, go ahead, Tuck, because they get bored easily, yeah.
I found like I was searching for science and I found some resources that was like MIT, things like building systems. I was just looking at hands-on activity.
Is it the app grader or is it computer science?
Computer science. I think they have a good resources, but I have to look for it. I have to search through. But overall, it's pretty easy to use. That this is my first experience with learning and vision. So, Mr. Gregory, any other things that you've learned or that you find to be critical for remembering with implementation?
I had never published anything, but,
Now that's on your portfolio.
just been playing around with links on there.
Self-publish. Next.
A lot of them have to set up classes and put class in the marketplace and look through the library of material that's available to us. Things that I still like to learn are creating step-by-step lessons using both material from the library and linking to other material that might not be available in the marketplace if it's to link directly to a website and use the one sign-in functionality. I'd like to learn a little bit more about how to do that, I think especially for the younger graders, guiding them using this website to so if I another website that I want to use, maybe I create one for my classes, then I don't want them to have to browse and function, especially when it's kindergarten. I like to be able to direct them immediately to the right page. And so there's something great for that.
I'm going to, I don't know, your friends.
They are good.
I'm going to show you how to do. We're going to use the journal option under everything.
You mean journals and journal? What do you mean?
Well,
Like a journal assignment?
like a journal assignment.
Okay.
So like when you're how I used to use journals in my classroom. Okay, it's journal time, and I would have a prompt on the board or a do now activity, and they would use the journals to complete it.
Yeah, that's what you said.
So yeah, so you have a web-based journal, which would have a series of prompts, and you can embed video and links as part of the steps. Until you do have access to assessments, you can use the journal option to create your assessment, where students have to respond with their answers to your questions. Thank you. And next.
I learned how to set up the classes, how to browse the market. I learned how to assign the material to them. See the potential of being able to basically say, all right, you come in, to start with, we're going to go here. This is your startup for the day, and then after that, being able to take them and do whatever after I've got everything set up. So being able to just kind of preset so that as soon as they walk in or whatever, they know exactly what they need to do. And seeing the potential of it, okay, I don't have to worry about handing this out because they'll know, hey, well,
That's what I like too. And remember when you log the students platform, it's not a lot of distractions on there. The only thing they can click on is someone's class to do work. It's not any, it's like, even for me, when I go online for one thing, there's so many other options, and I'm lured away from my focus that I forget why I even got on the computer. So everything is really clean, clear, and easy to use for the student. Thank you. And both of you have anything that you want to add or share? No, that's like you said before, it's easy.
Yeah, it's easy, but I think this is the login page. Like, I don't know what is the interface like, for the students when they log in.
Okay, so
So maybe like the keyboard will be a little bigger or, I don't know. Like if I would work with small kids, like with the kindergarten, I know my husband, I think he was working with it, and he was complaining that like he had trouble with the kindergarten logging in. Then he had this, you know, auto enrollment something feature where he would log in, not no, log in, where he would log them in himself from his address.
and that's pretty cool. You
Yeah.
can do that.
So this is the.
Well, a recommendation we have for young users, and I know this is not your case, but if you have kinders or first graders, students who don't know how to, which that could be your first few lessons, is just how to log in. But making it easy for them, like if it's kinder, they could all have a password like cat, something they can phonetically spell, or it's posted, and so everyone has cat as and their name can be their user login versus first initial last name with their full first name. That may make it easier for login. And at the beginning of the class, everyone logged in as a student. So I'm going to do that now and show you what's at, let's see, my inquiry class that I made. For the 6A, I'm going to show you, let's see, who are my students.
The standards are aligned with also.
The standards for this?
Yes.
Standards would be under the help. So when you go to help, and I can do that right now,
When you assign a class, I guess, or a curriculum, you
Okay.
can find the standards, like what standards.
Okay, well, to do that, I would actually click on the title of the class. It'll allow me to do that. I may have to do it from here. So if I want to know the standards, it tells me here, the details, and then the standards. So anytime there's a link on the title, you can click there. It'll take you to the details page. And you can find. Now, you may not find them for 9 through 12. They may be available through the Common Core, or if you follow Next. So there are different ones. They may have it for 12.
Look, there is a freshman. Well, I mean.
Oh, right here.
Uh-huh.
So this is what you follow. Okay, so you would find it by clicking on the name within the class. Now to see what this class looks like from the student's view, we could log in as a student, so you can see, or when I go under gradebook, I can actually see the student view. So when a student logs in, all that they see is this part to this part. They don't see anything, any of these options. They'll just say learn.com, and they'll have this class and their assignments. And this is course, so they can see only this one. They cannot access any other lessons until they score at least a 70% on this level. And then there's a small group too, but I had assignment this week. So those are the only options the students will see. And then they also have the apps that I made. Does that answer your question? Okay, cool. Okay, so now I would like for you, the last thing, almost the last thing, to show you how to create the journal. So, to do that, you would definitely go into your library. You can do it from the top, the side, from the class, and I'm just going to go right here to red library with the top. And I'm going down to items, my curriculum, because this is something that I am creating. Now, right here to the right, you see a plus sign, create item. You can also create here, create curriculum. I'm going to create an item and an activity, a journal, or a web link. I'm going to do a journal. Now, activity, I wouldn't advise you to create an activity unless it's something that, like if you create a handout, this is what that would be for, because they would not be to interact with the computer. But for the journal, they do it in the web link. So I'm going to create a journal, click next. Now, what is my journal name? And what did you call it? You call it a, not you name, but what is the title of what you have students do when they walk in?
What our title?
I think Angela said,
Yeah, still the title, yeah.
what is it?
Yeah.
Boot up. Oh, that's so cute. Boot up. And you could probably put a date or whatever, Monday or whatever. So that's the name of the title. And then I will have a journal description for the purposes of this training. I'm going to use a special language that only my students and I are familiar with. I put a description there. And then I can change the icon to represent this particular journal entry. I can choose to share it, which I won't.
And for the higher, it's because I had the 6, 7, and 8 cards, I just did current technology issue or something like this. And I tried to do it backwards, they're like, what?
Yes.
So it's get more.
And then as your students, when they see boot up, like for me, when I taught second language learners, I always had an icon of a journal, and I had it in the same spot in my class. Every time I introduced, okay, this is the journal topic. We always read through and they saw that. They knew to open their journals and get started with that prompt. So the same thing with boot up, to expose it to, so they know that whenever they go to their assignments and they see boot up, oh, I got to get that done. That's always something that Mrs. Angela has available for me to do. So I change my icon. I go to share this contact or share only with my district. So if I do share, that means anyone across the world, actually, who accesses learning.com can see this lesson I created. Just like when you went to the marketplace and you saw the icon, the lesson icons that were in green, you can be searched and found. Or you can say, no, this is just for me. And because I have that special language, I will not be sharing. So scoring scheme, do I want to complete incomplete or a certain number of questions out of a total? How much time do I think this will take? I think this journal will take 10 minutes. This is for K through 2. Keywords, I would put my name, so people can search for it by my name. I'll put my district. My district is called Texas Tech Apps. I would put journal, and whatever the topic was of my journal, or their keywords, they would be there.
So these keywords, what are they? These are, if I was to go searching in the marketplace, that's how I would find.
Yes. So you want to be as specific as you possibly can. And if you're sharing, even with just within your district, be very, very careful with making sure everything looks correctly, you edit it, and proofread it because your district presented as well as yourself. So again, be very specific with those keywords, and then you want to list the objectives. And when you're creating, think about when you were in the marketplace and you looked at the detail page, how helpful was it for you with making the decision as to whether you would use that lesson or not. So then you can list multiple objectives. So when I click next, now it's asking me for categories. Well, this is going to be technology. It's the basic operations and concepts. And then I can go, oh, this is blogs or whatever it is. So I can do that. And I click next. Now I can list national standards, TEAS, or TEAS math, or technology applications, breakout, media, and grade 3. And then I can keep going down. So I'm going to stop there. Then, this is just the lesson plan. So, whatever format you want to use, such as a warm-up, discussion questions, you know, I can go through the whole lesson cycle here. And this will be helpful for others. And if there are other resources I need, I can embed links, attach files to it, do HTML coding, and click next. Now these are the instructions for the student. This is what the student will see. So my journal may be step 1, read this. Step 2, view the YouTube video here. View this video, which I can embed video. 3, answer the following questions. 4, attach or upload your final project. Whatever it is, I can do all of that in this journal entry and click and hit preview to see what it looks like. Which that is it. It'll be very basic unless I use or embed anything into it. So now they want me to provide a template for the student's response. I can create something, I can upload a document, or I can just leave it blank. So it may be a series of answers I need, and I can embed like a table or some type of chart for them to put their answer or categorize their answers into. I can do that here, and I click Save. So now, here is my journal entry, because the type is here. It's called Boot Up on Monday, K through 2. I can choose to share it, even though I didn't want to at first. If I want to view it, this is what it looks like. And of course, it would be more here and actions and prompts for the student, and the student would respond. And then I have the option to assign it to any of my classes.
How does the student respond to you?
The student would respond in the prompt area. So let me assign this to take apps. And so and now it's over here for my student. I have to see if the student do. So for the student, okay, but see now they can't get to it because it's in the sequence. So they will not be able to do it unless I change the settings of the class or create a small group like Mr. Gregory did, or create a separate class that contains all of my boot up. I may call this boot up 6A. So every time they go in there, they'll see their new boot up activity.
Okay, that makes sense. So like also allow you to, the way he was using the groups, you can have each of your units be forced, and yet you can move from one unit to another, do the basics of each on consecutive basis.
Yeah.
Perhaps you want to finish all of your unit. However, you need to get on with a frenzy unit or something else, and you'll have to get back to keyboard later.
Yes, but there's videos you may want to share with them that maybe relates to a school-wide theme or something that's going on, but you don't want them to be limited to get to the video because they have to get these 3 lessons over here. So yes, that's. Mm-hmm. So now I'd like for you to create a journal. A day 1 or a first week journal entry. This could be a free informal assessment to see what they're able to do.
And this will be our last activity for the day. Hello.
Are you looking for someone?
Yes, Mr. Josie.
He's mad. Is it he over the computer?
Yeah.
I saw him next door.
Okay.
If you just go by.
Thank you.
How do I look at it from Steve's perspective?
You can click on view. And this is how when they log in, they answer these questions. That which you have. Okay. And that's where you're going to go exactly. So whatever that is, see that. Type there.
So that's county concept. Yeah, they're not being refinished, but you can project this for the entire class and say, come on, Johnny, your turn, and have them do it in front of you. There's, they're all doing together. So, and you may have some students who can for that, but not read all of this, but see what am I supposed to do?
That is okay. That is okay. That's. Anyways, this works. Yes. Check out. So let's say I'm done with this. So as soon as I click that. Let me take it back. Notice that as soon as that one, right? So they have to close that to like one in order to keep this screwed up image here.
That's what it's looking
So go, let's take a YouTube this video.
And I think that
See, unfortunately, they did have it on YouTube. They posted it. This stuff without.
now what you could do is
You can
take
the
the
link
code,
and
yes.
you can make it pop the window like video in a different window. That way it's just that video.
Right. That's what you want to do, because you don't know what's going to pop on this
Yeah,
side.
exactly. So explain. So.
Oh, go back to the view again, and let me see that YouTube video. Click on that YouTube video. And there is, scroll down, it was either share. I think it's this. You right click on that, copy it, and then paste it into, go I changed that, I mean, yeah, it may be that HTML. Let's try that. They have to programs for it.
This is the same whole thing. We didn't change the text. So I have to change this text to video. And mouse.
Yeah, you just hit play on there, so they would not be lured into a. Or was it like one of those icons up there in the video? Oh, you know what? I can go right to help.
It's always talking to you in negotiation. See, this is not a landing speed.
So you can just highlight it and do that.
And I can change the text. Just change it. That's what we want. And let me try that. Just link text.
On your help option, it tells you right here how to embed a video. And it says to create your assignment, and then you go into the YouTube and click on share, and there'll be an embed option or embeddable player. Click to select and copy that to your text box, and then click back into the curriculum. The code, the copy code on before the section one, and then I think we were halfway there.
So on YouTube, you can deselect the option to show more video. So, yeah, so now.
Well, it needs to be touching.
I think it's me has something to do with the HTML. Oh no, you click it.
Interesting. Here's the video. So share. Do not show suggested videos and emotions.
Yeah, it's just like,
Yes, all of that. Did you get all the part two? Okay. And then go back to your journal.
Mr. Baxter, can you please call 101? Mr. Baxter, please call 101.
The first one, click on the HTML. After that, then click there, and embed it. Right click, paste it. We want to get rid of that part.
Space.
And then, yes. Go ahead and then hit design. Save. So go on to you went to HTML.
So you have to, right, go into the HTML.
So will you go up and demonstrate? I'm gonna log out and I'm gonna let you log in.
All right.
Can I be logged in? Should I log out?
I believe you do both. Wait.
Let's try. See if I remember my login.
Should be your first initial, last name, school, or your email account.
So this is what I'm doing.
What was the district again? That was HP. Okay. I'm ready.
Did you hear how we back the video?
Yes, I was listening to that.
And he's gonna demonstrate.
Yeah. So, selected my classes. I called mine practice with a capital P and R.
Did you assign the journal you created into that class?
Let me see.
Scroll all the way down.
No, I did. I was.
So just click assign curriculum and under items. Oh, you're already an expert at this.
There it is. I have to assign it. So, how can I tell what my students see? First, I'll go in and talk about how I made it, I guess, too. Very simple. I called it Buddha. I gave a description. I don't want it to be shared. It's a completion rate. It should take 10 minutes. And then I called it technology, and I just selected some categories very quickly. Standards. I went through the TEKS and graphed kindergarten and just grabbed the very first TEK, whatever it was. The lesson plan, I didn't fill out any information here yet. I found an article, and I input the link, but it wasn't enough just to copy and paste the text. I had to edit it by clicking on the hyperlink manager and getting the URL into this space.
Now, if you have kinders who aren't able to read this article, you can find images like of reading or something that your children have been taught to recognize. And when you see this symbol, that means read, and you can embed that into your journal.
Mm-hmm. So you can use icons for a lot of your communication. I think that's a great idea. Like I used, so for the second thing, I could view this video and find a video. We'll talk about how I embedded that in a second. And then for the third, I said answer these questions. And obviously, I'm not used to teaching kindergarten because I said, how many buttons does your mouse have? Maybe they can read that. Is the process intuitive?
But you could read aloud the journal and have them respond, and you can teach them what that word means, so the next journal they know.
So for viewing the video, in order to prevent students from being able to navigate all over YouTube, like this link here seems to be a fairly benign link, and so it might be okay to send my kindergarten students to this link. Whereas sending them to all, they can move around it too easily. And so in order to embed this, I had to go to go here. We're picking the video. lots of Turkish here. The Hobbit, Desolation of Trader. That's correct. I think Dempsey trades his jersey to child for popcorn. It's moving very slowly. So if you want to embed a video where that gets going, I'd pause it. You have to go to Share, Embed, and copy this link. It's already highlighted. Before I do that, actually, I want to make sure that I unclick this. That changed something up here in the link, so that it won't show suggested videos when the video finishes. Highlight that and copy it. And that is what I would place in my information here. So view this video, and let's say I replace it with the new video, Destination Small. In the HTML, if I click back on design, there it shows up. And they can watch that video. Wow. And then the response template, I just went ahead and copied my questions from before and just assumed that they could fill in space here. I wanted to ask about that. How are they going to use this thing?
Well, it would have that space to type directly into.
Okay. Can they edit the words that I've put in?
I believe they can in that part. Sometimes you'll just see the questions up in the activity part, and then the students are only able to write their own responses. But if it is in that bottom section, they can change that.
I see. Okay. Well, that's that. And I could say,
Bravo! And in my class, we would give you a catch-up class.
I'm a good student.
Yes, thank you so much. Now, any questions about that? Or anyone else have to have to share their creation? No. Right?
I just feel free to learn how to do it because I'm on the trial account.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to do the steps and stuff.
Okay.
Practice.
And soon I hope you'll have your account. So the last thing I'd like for you to do, first, are there any questions that I have not answered that you don't have answered outside of the ones I already have, and I'm waiting for a response for? Are there any questions that I've answered? If I leave today and for some reason you cannot remember a word I've said, you can always go to the help and you can have a live chat, call, or email for support. Our email is support@learning.com, and you can even visit some of the web links and participate in the webinars and print out some of the PDF files that are available with step-by-step guides on doing everything we talked about. So, do you feel comfortable with creating your classes and being prepared with using Learn.com when school starts?
Yes, very much easier than that.
Okay, excellent. So the last thing I'd like for you to do is do a search for my name, Elisha Scott, Elisha. In your keyword. Okay, sorry. Not in Google, please. Oh no, I won't pop up. Elisha Scott within the keyword, and you should see my things pop up.
Quick question, this is on my same.
So you want to save it. Go to the next thing. You want to use that. And you should see, you don't see the workshop survey. Yeah. So you don't have to do it. So what I'd like you to do is click on help. And scroll down about to the middle of your screen. There you go.
Yeah.
You should see a link called PD Workshops in the middle. actually, look for the orange links, and then right above inquiry, you'll see PD workshop. Yes. And then you'll see on-site training survey. And I'd like for you to complete this as your final assignment. My name is Felicia Scott, and I believe on the third question it asks for what type of or the topic, and choose the ones we have easy tag, inquiry. We talked about lay fine a little, and then the tech assessment, which you don't have access to, but and project-based learning, which is also the inquiry. And the rest, I'll walk out, so you won't be influenced.
You said Elisha, right?
Yes, it's Scott, that's our last name, SCOTT.
So, there's something you said there was, easy to improve.
That's it. Elisha and Scott, SCOTT. And I'll give you 2 minutes. And for some reason, you just cannot wait till I get back. Enjoy the rest of your day. And
Yeah, you were wonderful.
well, thank you. It was a little, like, we had such a small group. But if you have any questions,
Because I was kind of honestly, that was kind of wasted someone from my head now. Yeah, after seeing all the things you do, it's so much more.
and I hope you all have a wonderful, successful back to school.
Yeah, thank you, you're really great.
Thank you.
I like it.
They start? Over?
It's finished the survey. Thank you for joining us.
And you want to say, you want to say,
Oh, perfect. Oh, yes, please sign up for the letter.
I don't care which one it is.
you use 10 o'clock?
That's what it is, listen, like,
Featured personnel.
I think it was so roundabout. It looked like that. Like that one over there? Yes.
This one?
Yes. Thank you. I don't think I did.
Is this one still here in school? What?
Yeah, I think
She's teaching.
She's teaching.
I know the tablet said, Chrissy, because I had taken. So I,
The passing time with this?
yeah, that was that up there.
Let's see if this one is on the missing one.
Good, thank you.
That's it. We'll see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
But on the inside, when it did have my name on the tape, it was just the outside had the tag that was the other way.
We're done with, can we go?
The services. So it didn't look like this, right?
I think my bag looked like that.
It's not here anymore.
There is.
Right,
Yeah,
which
you
one
make
is
sure the
that?
same thing you there, they switch. Oh.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're good. We're good?
You are good?
Okay.
You are good? I am good.